Dear colleagues, please take your seats. Dear colleagues, namaste. I hope you all had an enjoyable evening yesterday. Before we resume our session, I would like to inform you of the outcomes of the eighth and the last meeting of the Bureau. Yesterday, we completed the examination of items 8B, 8C, 8D, 8E, General Item 8, General Item 7, and items 10A, 10B, 12, and 13. We will therefore reconvene this morning to complete the examination of the following items. 10C, report on the implementation of the third cycle of periodic reporting and general reflection on periodic reporting. Item 11, report of the open-ended working group established by the extended 45th session of the committee. Item 14, other business. Item 15, election of the chairperson, vice chairpersons, and the rapporteur of the 47th session of the World Heritage Committee. Item 16, provisional agenda of the 47th session of the World Heritage Committee. With regards to item 11, I would like to remind you that yesterday a request was placed to the Bureau for the recommendations to be considered under item 11 related to the work of the open-ended working group to be adopted altogether as a package. We can anticipate all these 5 items might be discussed in our morning meeting. As agreed in the plenary yesterday afternoon, should this be the case, then there will be no plenary session this afternoon. And item 17 related to the adoption of the decisions, and item 18 will be moved forward to tomorrow morning instead of tomorrow afternoon. Dear committee members, due to some ongoing consultations, the Bureau also recommends that item 15 only be examined by the committee tomorrow morning when it resumes its session instead of this morning. I would therefore encourage again all regional groups to carry on with their consultations as regards the 5 vice chairpersons and the rapporteur in order to achieve a proposal for the composition of the Bureau that could be adopted tomorrow morning under item 15. I also wish to remind you that there will be a closing ceremony tonight at 6:30 p.m. in Bharat Mandapam. As discussed yesterday, I would request the host country to give us a list of all the volunteers and college students who have been serving out here so that these college students can come up on the stage and we can acknowledge their efforts, taking each and every individual's name. If the list can be provided to us, we can get it done. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we will now proceed to our agenda item 10C on the global implementation of the third cycle of periodic reporting and some general reflection on periodic reporting exercise, which is contained in document WHC/24/46.com/10C. Allow me now to give the floor to Mr. Lazar, Director of the World Heritage Center, to present this report. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and good morning to all. Distinguished committee members, by decision 41-10A, the committee decided to maintain the order of regions and the 6-year periodicity of the periodic reporting cycle, with one region reporting every year: Arab states, Africa, Asia and the Pacific, Latin America and Caribbean, Europe and North America, and 1 year between cycles for a reflection, if necessary, and for the production of a global report on the basis of the outcomes of the cycle across all regions. Then, by decision 45-10E, the committee requested the World Heritage Center to submit a report on the overall implementation of the third cycle of periodic reporting to be presented at its 46th session. Next slide. On the implementation of the third cycle of periodic reporting, the Secretariat is pleased to inform the members of the committee that the third cycle of periodic reporting was successful and efficient in terms of submission. And now that the questionnaires for the third cycle have been completed by all regions, it is possible to start analyzing the overall submission rate throughout the cycle. As you can see, the submission rates of the questionnaire at both the state party and the World Heritage property levels are nearly 100%, and in some regions, notably in Africa, it is indeed 100% for both Section 1 and Section 2, same for the region of Europe and North America. The Secretariat would like to really thank the World Heritage Site managers and the national focal points involved in the process for their active participation. As shown in the table on the screen, a high global submission rate was observed for both the national and World Heritage property levels, with an average submission rate of 98.9% at the national level, that is Section 1 of the questionnaire, and 99.1% at the World Heritage property level, that is Section 2 of the questionnaire. And compared to the second cycle, the third cycle of periodic reporting exercise improved by 6.1% for Section 1 and 3.2% for Section 2. Now, with regard to the process, the Secretariat has consistently ensured that a holistic approach was operated across regions by developing tools and guidance to facilitate this process. Key initiatives included: first, developing capacity building tools for periodic reporting, including training modules, key terms list, animation videos, a handbook for World Heritage Site managers, and frequently asked questions. 2, translating these tools into various languages thanks to the contribution from various state parties UNESCO Category 2 centers, and also, and I must say, UN volunteers. The third key initiative was the reviewing and updating records and contacts for state parties in the World Heritage Database before the reporting began to ensure that the coordination of the exercise was successful. Another key issue was to provide a help desk for technical and content support during the reporting period. One key initiative was also to conduct early reviews of questionnaires in some regions to address difficulties before final submissions. And the last one was to organize workshops and capacity training to explain the periodic reporting process and questionnaires. Indeed, distinguished committee members, since the third cycle was launched in 2018, the Secretariat also ensured a global approach and overall coordination by a dedicated periodic reporting coordinator. This ongoing support was made possible by funds from the government of Sweden. And with regard to the monitoring indicators of the third cycle of periodic reporting, by decision 41 com 10A, the World Heritage Committee welcomed the development of strengthened and comprehensive monitoring indicators to improve follow-up progress made by state parties in the implementation of the convention. With regard now to the assessment of the third cycle of periodic reporting. During this third cycle, valuable feedback was collected from respondents, particularly through Chapter 15 of the Periodic Reporting Questionnaire, which is on assessment of periodic reporting, and then for each sections. Results across all regions confirm the pertinence and usefulness of periodic reporting for all World Heritage stakeholders. Globally, 69% of respondents stated that the periodic reporting process improved their understanding of the World Heritage Convention. The ways in which state parties plan to use the information from the periodic report reveal diverse priorities across different regions. Globally, the most common use of data is for improving the management of World Heritage properties, almost 93%, followed by revising management plans, 91%, and raising awareness, 86%. Updating existing data is also significant, almost 80%, while fundraising is also frequently prioritized, more than 40%. Several recommendations were formulated by state parties regarding the questionnaire format and process. These include simplifying the questionnaire, considering specific questionnaires for transboundary and serial properties, providing more frequent and early capacity building and training, having specific questionnaires for cultural and natural properties, removing redundancy and overlapping questions, addressing language and accessibility issues, improving the online tool, facilitating data collection, and reducing the gap between reporting cycles. The Secretariat commends the state parties for these recommendations, which will be very useful and will inform the revision of the fourth cycles questionnaire. Next slide. Now, when it comes to the launch of the reflection period for 2024-2025, as stipulated in the operational guidelines, paragraph 204, the 6 year of each cycle is a period for reflection and evaluation This pause allows the periodic reporting mechanism to be assessed and revised as appropriate before a new cycle is initiated. So, based on this paragraph 204, now that the process for the third cycle of periodic reporting exercise came to a close with the adoption yesterday of the Regional Action Plan for Europe and North America, the committee may wish to consider initiating a 1 year reflection period from July 2024 to June 2025. And this reflection period mechanism is now well established and has proven effective since its initiation with the first periodic reporting cycle in 1998. Significant groundwork laid during the second and third cycle, including data collection and feedback mechanisms, allows for an efficient and focused reflection period. This maturity in the process enables a streamlined approach to address evolving needs and challenges in a timely manner. The reflection period will be used to address the recommendations formulated by the state parties through the assessment and feedback gathered during this third cycle exercise. And this will involve the following, but not limited to: the revision of the questionnaire format, the online tool as it is now a practice during the reflection period, take into consideration of policies adopted notably between 2018 and 2024, the update and development of tools and guidance for the next cycle, to organize reflection surveys as it was done at the previous reflection period and meeting if required, and if additional financial contributions. It should be noted that 60% of site managers advocated for more frequent reporting cycles, such as every 3-4 years. Since the implementation of the periodic reporting mechanism in 1998, state parties have been invited to report only 3 times over 26 years, resulting in an average of 8.6 years between cycles, with a reporting gap of 10 years between the second and the third cycles. And respondents suggested that the time lapse between reporting cycles should be reduced to allow a better comparison between cycles. Comments focused on the rapid changes occurring worldwide, emphasizing the need for closer monitoring and timely reporting on its consequent impacts. These comments, distinguished committee members, highlight the pressing need to address urgent impacts, such as those resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, the regional conflicts, and new policies adopted in the framework of World Heritage. Also, assess the workload of the stakeholders involved was noted, notably that of the Secretariat. The workload associated with periodic reporting for the Secretariat found out to be still a heavy, especially with the current financial and human resources, and not sustainable to continue on the same model for the next cycle. Mr. Chairperson, before concluding, I would like to also mention that state parties are invited to host periodic reporting reflection meetings with state parties of all regions, advisory bodies, the Secretariat, the UNESCO field offices, and the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, Category 2 centers under the auspices of UNESCO. Extra budgetary resources to support the reflection period would therefore ensure the proper and collaborative reflection and evaluation of the periodic reporting. And The draft decision of this item, as you have noted, is presented in page 24 and 25 of the English version and page 26 and 27 of the French version. Mr. Chairperson, with this uh, and with your agreement, I think I will pass the floor to the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Culture, Mr. Otone, who would also provide you with further information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Altoni. You have the chair. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will use my natal language, so the Spanish, so that you can prompt translation. Si usted quiere. Señor presidente.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the committee, good morning. With the aim of adding my 2 cents worth to the report that we've just heard, and with gratitude for the meeting that I had yesterday with various delegations yesterday concerning the proposed amendments, I just wanted to say thank you very much for this conversation, which enabled us to clarify a few points and understand this process and why currently we are revising the cycle of reporting, not only for this convention, but all of the culture conventions and recommendations. And I wanted to just spend a moment on this. In this current third cycle of reporting, which has just ended with the European North American region, if you think about it, in the very first region, that was in 2019 that it got started, and the last one was in 2024. So 2018, 2019, all the way through to 2023-24. So it's actually really difficult to have accurate information when there's a whole 5 years gone by between one region and the last region. Now, this might seem obvious, particularly when you bear in mind what's happened in the last 5 years. And so there are 2 regions that were pre-COVID, some that were in the COVID period and some post-COVID. And so the conclusions and, the identifying shortfalls and what we've learned in the last 5 years is almost impossible because of these disparities. You've really got to compare apples with apples and pears with pears. And yet anyone coming out of this cycle would not be able to draw useful conclusions unless they're looking specifically at the conclusions coming from that particular region in the cycle. But having said that, I think we also need to take into account the historical context. And the 1972 convention, as we just heard from the director, is actually really got underway with monitoring in 1980. In other words, 10 years after the entry into force of the convention, and when the need for monitoring was actually identified. And so, when it comes to standard setting instruments related to culture, remember there are basically 2 main conventions at the time: the 72 and the 1954, and the 1954 with its 2 protocols, and the 1970 convention as well. Now, 2 conventions that took a long time before they actually got underway as conventions, like the ones with what we call the kind of leap that took place, and those instruments are instruments that are being appreciated by you and highly ratified by you. But then remember, there are 3 further conventions, 2 more recommendations on top of that, all the programs, such as, for example, the MAB program or other programs from UNESCO. And so all of these instruments, what they do is provide us with the necessary information that we need in order to make our decisions. And if we want informed decisions, and they really make it possible for each of these instruments to keep to keep being useful, but we need the data and statistics behind them, and that is why we need you in each of these conventions through your ministries of. Through your ministries of culture, as we saw when we met at the Mondial Cult, for example, we had a chance for an update on that. We have to get information about how these are being implemented nationally, regionally, and particularly when you work in an institution like this, internationally, so that we can incorporate all of that data and in that case inform public policy making in your countries and also in the subregions and regions. And therefore, now when we do tend to talk a lot about this, and that's why I'm really grateful for those conversations we had about the proposed amendments yesterday, because we've come up with some really positive and constructive ideas, such as the second amendment that came through from Lebanon last night and supported by 5 other member states. One thing that actually came out of all of this, of the iOS evaluation, was that many of the participants in this convention, from the culture sector, and anyway, when we work, we've got these focal points who are working on each of these standard setting instruments, and in this last reporting cycle, we've seen that the work has been so useful, and it should enable us to compare like with like. And now what we need is an identical period across all of the different standard setting instruments. And if we don't, then we're going to have an overall global report which will not be capable of taking into consideration world heritage. And so I think that would be an absolute aberration. And so what we're trying to do is look at everything that we're doing for natural, cultural, mixed sites with safeguarding efforts. It's really important that we align ourselves or align these porting cycles so that the information is available for you, for this committee, for the States Parties General Assembly, which is only held every 2 years, but above all for the culture sector where we work, and everything that we're trying to do with sustainable development, working towards the common goal of Agenda 2030 and beyond. This is all going to be vitally dependent on support from all of you, one and all. And so I do think that what we're doing is moving in the right direction. These are there's sometimes I think the decisions are bold, useful, and they're ratifying everything that we know needs to be done if it's going to continue being useful for the Secretariat, for what you do in your own countries. And finally, I just wanted to say that the report that we're currently preparing, that we announced in Mondial Cult for next year, 2025, what's really difficult is to have all of these different last year's 6-year cycle in one convention, 3-year cycle in another one, 4 years in another convention, with various different lists being made up. And the question now is how to put this 4-year cyclical information down in a readable form, bearing in mind the specificities of each of these instruments, because the whole point of these was to inform national and global policy. Now, I don't want to take up any more time, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank once again our hosts, the members of the committee, and everybody who's taken part in these discussions to come up with the text of which we think is now balanced and really is forward-looking. It looks to the future of this for this convention. So thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, both of you, for this very clear presentation. I would now like to invite members of the committee if they have any comments on this agenda item. Belgium, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Chair, good morning to one and all. Belgium shares the concerns expressed in the amendment which we co-authored, as we consider that periodic reporting is in line with Article 29 of the Convention, first and foremost, and we've just finished the third cycle of standardized periodic reporting, so we have some experience in this matter. Things are not perfect. The last exercise was too long. Some issues were not relevant or were not well expressed, and we mentioned this. We are aware that the current format does not necessarily apply for serial or transnational properties, and the vocabulary is not always understood by the property managers. There are some issues with translation in some cases, and some issues that were highlighted in the second cycle have not been addressed in the third cycle, which raises questions as to how we are using this information. However, this must not overshadow the potential and real advantages of this process for UNESCO and for its states parties. For the World Heritage Centre, this enables standardized and regular monitoring, the implementation of the Convention, and the state of conservation of World Heritage properties in various regions across the world. It enables us to compare sites across the world and align programs better. As for states, it enables structured dialogue with site managers. It is part of a process which goes beyond the borders of their sites and adopts an international approach. This exercise enables us to better understand the needs of our sites. Unity in diversity is a beautiful motto which should inspire us throughout our work. Chair, the participation rate of this exercise is particularly high, higher than for other conventions. And this is because the cycle truly meets the demands of sites and states alike. We understand the proposed global approach for cultural conventions and we wouldn't oppose them. However, we do not wish to dismantle what we would refer to as a project. And lastly, as the ADG mentioned, in order to facilitate the work of site managers, we wish to mention the state parties who only have a small team who are in charge of drafting the questionnaire answers for periodic reporting. It would be very difficult for them to have any additional burdens if we were to keep the same format. This is why we're asking UNESCO to think outside the box and find a solution that would meet their needs and while also addressing these issues. Perhaps we could keep the format in two sections and maybe the first part could be part of a global exercise for culture sectors and the second part could become more specific. Lastly, we would ask the Secretariat to explain how they will initiate the reflection period as set out in paragraphs 65 and 66 and ensure that site managers are involved in this process. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Lebanon.
Thank you, Mr. President. During 50 years, our convention has evolved from the initial vision of its founding fathers, which conceived the World Heritage List as a selective list comprising a small number of iconic sites, to a more open approach, expressing regional specificities and respectful of cultural diversity. The reporting mechanism should follow this strategic move. They should become more specific, more regional, and more diverse. This is the rationale behind our proposed amendment to the draft decision. Periodic reporting is one of the core conservation monitoring mechanisms of our convention. It's the way by which those who are at the basis of the system, site managers, focal points, regional centers, review periodically the situation in their respective sites and express their specific needs and demands to the World Heritage Center and the committee. The regional approach to periodic reporting is a major tool for promoting regional collaboration while responding to the specific characteristics and setting priorities for each region in the implementation of the convention. The feedback and recommendations formulated by the state parties following the third cycle of periodic reporting show that regional differences are notable in terms of expectations and priorities. Priorities in Africa are not the same as in Europe and North America. The needs and demands in the Arab region and in Latin America and the Caribbean are not the same as in Asia Pacific, etc., etc. Replacing the current regional approach by a global approach might end up imposing a standard harmonization process, which would lead to loss of regional specificities. Instead, we must favor a bottom-up approach that takes into consideration the specific needs of heritage sites, the expectations of local community, together with the respect of cultural diversity principle expressed in NARA document and other basic texts of the convention. The global report shouldn't replace the 1972 period reporting mechanism, but should be built on the results of this period reporting in order not to lose the specificities which represent an invaluable source of richness for the UNESCO system. Thank you.
Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Kenya would like to join the previous speakers in agreeing with their statement. And we want to take this opportunity to thank the Center for the guidance of the state parties in filling the questionnaire, despite the challenge of COVID-19. They did a splendid job, and we have to commend them for that. I have some quick points here, especially regarding to the online tool, which many state parties observed that there were some challenges, particularly in the part of once you are filling that questionnaire and then you go offline, you come back, and then whatever you had filled is lost, and you have to go back again and start filling the thing all over. So our recommendation is that in line with the recommendation of the draft statement is that we need to have a way that these online tool will be more friendly, so that it doesn't become a tedious process of filling and then going back again and going all over again, starting from point one. The other thing that we have noted is that the State Party of Somalia, which joined in July 2020, of course, did not report because they were very new to the convention. And in this case, we would want to urge the center to have specific programs to bring the State Party of Somalia up to date to the reporting processes of World Heritage, now that they started working on their the tentative list. Finally, Mr. Chair, the State Party, the delegation of Kenya aligned itself to the draft amendment by the distinguished delegate of Lebanon about keeping to the region reporting cycles. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I give the floor to Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. Jamaica also expresses its thanks to the World Heritage Center for presenting such a concise report and the direct support received during the process, though mostly virtual. As a participant in the third cycle of periodic reporting, we are really pleased to see that within the regions, over 98.9% completion rate was achieved. And this is really encouraging, as we have heard been said previously. Jamaica also notes that in the report, engaging the questionnaire revealed that among all regional groups, the LAC region ranked lowest in the areas of regional cooperation and providing updated information. And this is particularly important to us in the Caribbean as we continually seek to strengthen our networking across the region, which can be challenging due to language and other differences. However, we believe that continuous engagement with regional bodies and with the C2Cs can improve this with greater assistance provided for the Anglophone Caribbean small island states who are in need of greater support. There is we also noted that there is a strong emphasis on improvements with site management and revising management plans. And we are heartened by the management improvements for World Heritage properties and thankful for the support received in relation, especially to climate resilience in Jamaica toward this end. Importantly, Chair, we note the movement from a regional approach to the periodic report to a global one. And we would support the amendments that have been proposed by Lebanon and Belgium in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Lazar to respond to the queries and comments made. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to thank the distinguished delegate of Belgium for her comments. Indeed, that is the spirit in which we aim to conduct this reflection process. Now, to be slightly more specific here, we have experience drawn from the last two reporting exercises. And the idea here is to always foster an inclusive process, a participatory process involving all of those who we're working with. And this is why for the World Heritage Centre, this isn't just about producing a report following the reflection process. It will also involve having consultations with all focal points who have taken part in the exercise. And who may have recommendations and feedback to provide to us. And we'll collect this data through surveys or through meetings, as we've done in the past. But in any case, we won't be doing this alone. Now, I mentioned this earlier. We are in close consultation with site managers when it comes to streamlining the questionnaire. How can we make it more simple to avoid any redundancies, any confusion, any pointless questions? For example, we shouldn't be asking the same questions every single year. I think that we have the IT tools available to us now to actually be able to compile those previous responses as well. And we also need to be looking at the first feedback responses we've received on these questionnaires. Now, yes, there have been some technical issues because, of course, access to the internet is not the same for all site managers. Some site managers are operating in very remote areas and don't necessarily have the same access to the internet. So we need to be improving the online tool. As mentioned by the distinguished delegate of Kenya earlier, we need to address any technical issues that may arise. And I'm sure that my colleagues will be able to tell you more about this. So it's with a participatory spirit that we'll be conducting this reflection process. You have asked us to strengthen all of the work that we can when it comes to sites. So that's something that we'll be focusing on. but also on the basis of the indicators we have put in place. So your recommendations will also help us to continue to enhance these matters. So I'll be sending a letter to states parties in order to invite you to submit additional comments and feedback. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sure the ADG may wish to answer the comments made by the distinguished delegates from Lebanon and Kenya.
Okay, I have seen that the distinguished delegate from Argentina and Mexico have also raised their plates, but I will give the floor to ADG Culture to continue the explanation being given by the Director WHC. Mr. Otoni, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be as brief as possible so that we can hear from the members of the committee who've raised their plates. As I mentioned, first of all, I'd like to thank all of the members who've taken the floor. I think it's key to learn from our experience, and this third cycle has been very rich in terms of identifying what's working and what isn't in our monitoring process. As I mentioned previously, we need to ensure that there is no confusion here. When it comes to a global vision, it should be on the basis of a regional approach. In the Article 29 of our convention, there is a mention of monitoring, and there is a request for national monitoring. So actually, the regional and global approach is something that was requested by you. It's not actually set out in the text, but we felt that it was one of the best ways to learn from our experience. What we're proposing here is to add an additional layer. So we'd keep the regional layer, and I'll repeat this because we're not going to replace it. That's not being called into question. What we're proposing here is to align that layer with a global layer which can take into account everything that's happening in World Heritage sites across the world, and including that in a global agenda which is of national, international, and regional interest. And in order to achieve that, we need data, information, and numbers. So that's the aim here. So once again, we're not changing the approach entirely and forgetting what we've learned from the past. It's simply adding a new layer which we don't currently have. And in doing so, we'd be also harmonizing the cycle periods, the cycles of the periodic reporting. Second point, the distinguished delegate of Kenya mentioned that there may be an issue regarding the current data collection system, which is not only an issue related to internet access, it's due to the fact that the system, given the new tools that are available to us, has simply become obsolete. It was created at a time to meet a specific demand, but now everything that the Secretariat's doing within the remit of its role, which is to work at the service of member states to provide accurate information at the right time, we need to modernize the operating systems we use. The role of the Secretariat is to provide those tools. So I have no doubt that with the systems we're using to collect information, and not just information related to this convention, but all standard setting instruments from the culture section, and hopefully in the future all sectors of UNESCO, including science, for example, and other programs related to education, which are working in similar areas to us. Hopefully in the future we'll be able to make all of our lives easier. A couple of years ago, we started talking about the single stop shop, and this is the idea here. We want to ensure that the information that we've received in the past is updated, and that's not always the case today. I'm speaking from experience here. When I was a minister and we had to fill out forms, when the government changed, we had to start everything again from scratch, and the specialists themselves changed as well. So if the information is compiled on a UNESCO portal, then it will be much easier to check, to reuse, and to use it to the ends that have been set out. Thank you very much. And now I'll hand back to you, Chair, so that we can hear from the rest of the members of the committee.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina, followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Chair. Several times during this committee, we mentioned that the committee is characterized by dialogue. This is the committee of dialogue in our view, so we're delighted to take part in that dialogue. Our country attaches great importance to regional aspects. However, we share the comments made a few moments ago by the ADG Culture that it's important to make things clear here. The reports are an opportunity to show what we have to offer, and also to ensure dialogue within our own regions and among our countries. My country is a federal country with provincial administrations which require specifically this type of dialogue. When we need information for periodic reporting, we need to mobilize all players at provincial level, at site level, at civil society level. And this enables us to truly identify internal issues and then bring those issues to the regional level. So we're also very interested to hear from a global approach too. We've been working a lot on the issue of the low participation rate in some regions. Having global reports, in our view, could enable us to have a much more general overview of what the situation is, so that the World Heritage Centre, the Secretariat and Member States can better understand the situation at hand, and thereby we could improve the tools we use as part of our convention. Thank you very much, and we will continue to work on this, and we hope to have a much shorter deadline for these in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mexico, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We also wish to thank the ADG for the explanations provided and the comments shared. And we wish to express our support and to thank you for the support provided at regional level in order to ensure the effective response rate to this cycle of periodic reporting. However, there are 27 cultural sites, 2 mixed sites, as well as natural sites. Means that we also have to think about issues related to what was already mentioned by Belgium and Lebanon. Mr. ADG mentioned that we need to strengthen data collection, and we would add another layer, which we're very much interested in, which is a bottom-up approach to move from national to regional and then global level. Because site managers in Mexico, this is the second cycle of periodic reporting I've been in charge of in Mexico. And the question that all site managers raised at the end of this cycle was, yes, it's all well and good. We have this regional dialogue, which is very useful, and it's important to learn from the experience of other site managers. However, we don't have a detailed diagnosis of what is the situation in each country, what are the issues each country is facing. And this is why we are very much concerned by an approach that would focus on the global level. We need to understand what's going on in at the national level as well, in order to ensure more adapted approaches. It's not just about capacity building here. It's about addressing specific issues related to the conservation of World Heritage sites. Sub-regional plans are being developed, and we need to look at how we can address issues that aren't sufficiently discussed for mixed sites, for serial sites, and for transnational sites as well. In questionnaires, it's not necessarily enough detail about how we can ensure interaction with the other cultural conventions of UNESCO. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are aware of the key role of the periodic reporting as a conservation monitoring mechanism within the World Heritage Convention, particularly for its assessment function for the application of the convention and updated information. We share the belief with our Belgian and Lebanese colleagues that the regional approach is more effective for collaboration and addresses specific regional needs. We also believe that a global approach would undermine this effectiveness, leading to a standardized process that contradicts the principle of cultural diversity in the NARA document and other fundamental text. Different regions such as Africa, Europe, the Arab state, and Asia Pacific have distinct priorities and needs that must be respected. Therefore, with the wish to avoid bureaucratic inefficiency, which we believe would come with harmonization in this specific context, we support the amendment proposal put forth by the delegation of Belgium and Lebanon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci, Mich.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have been listening with a great deal of attention the report made by the center and then the various interventions. And we think that everybody has been very mobilized, and the high percentage rates achieved show the real interest in this. We followed what was said by the Secretariat and the report given by the director of the World Heritage Center, which shows the interest and that we are on the right track. The discussions that I've heard since this morning, in particular, Lebanon's intervention, followed by Belgium, and the clarifications given by the ADG show, to my eyes, that there is no contradiction. The bases are still the regional reports, and then it's the substance, which is going to nourish an overall report, which will offer a summary, which we think will give us an overall panorama. So we're not asking to shift from the local to the global. What we're offering to do is create a global that will be a summary of what is occurring more locally. And that is how we see it. If my understanding is correct, then I see no contradiction. And so I would be more than willing to support Lebanon's proposed amendment, which I feel is not in contradiction with the overall vision offered by the Secretariat and the culture sector more generally. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further requests for the floor? St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to echo the previous speakers. They had very interesting interventions and very interesting questions. I would like to echo also the intervention of Mexico and the question raised. Thank you for the Secretariat for all the explanation. Just I want to know how the global report will be done. I mean, you will synthesize all the periodic reporting, and we know very well that we should underline also the specific needs, not only for each region, but also the sub-regions, which are very sometimes different from the needs of the whole region. I am speaking about the Caribbean and Pacific Islands and the islands in the Indian Ocean. So, given the situation, I would like to know how you are intending to do the global approach. It is a summary, or how you will define the data, how we will choose the data, the information. It is about key challenges, it is about the trends, it is about protection, conservation programs. So just I want to know how you will define all this. Thank you.
Thank you, St. Vincent and the
Sorry,
Grenadines.
Mr. Chair. Of course, Mr. Chair, we agree on the amendments presented by Lebanon, Belgium, Kenya, and Qatar. And I miss maybe a country, but we agree on these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, St. Vincent. Your question, how will the global be done, underlines specific needs, not just for the regions, but you also want the specific needs identified for the sub-regions within a region. Define how the data will be there, will there be a summary, how will it be done, what are the key challenges. So I hope the Secretariat has noted it. I now give the floor to India, followed by Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving India the floor. Mr. Chair, we also support the amendments that have been proposed, but like the previous speakers who have spoken before us, and I think most of the things have been iterated by them. There is first, I think what we're doing is that we are talking about the developing synergies with other international instruments and programs on cultural and natural heritage in sustainable development perspective. We feel that while developing such synergies is a welcome step, but this also calls for a greater capacity building initiative. And herein, we would like to reiterate the recommendation of the latest IOS evaluation on creating a community of practice of staff working across conventions and recommendations to drive the harmonization process. If synergies with different conventions and programs are to be reflected in the periodic reporting forms as well, we may have to create a pool of such professionals at the regional and national levels as currently the periodic reporting questionnaire is primarily answered by professionals who are trained in the World Heritage Convention and not necessarily in the implementation of the other international instruments. Our second concern pertains to to this aspect, which I think the distinguished delegate of St. Vincent and the Grenadines just pointed out, that what are these global heritage trends and challenges that we are talking about? Because now now we are also speaking on one level to sort of adapt the periodic reporting exercise in the regional context. Yet we are looking at the global heritage trends and challenges. So how do they converse with one another that we are referring to? And are these defined already, or they still have to be defined? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to the ADG Culture to respond to the queries.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be able to clarify some of these questions and respond more generally to what has been raised here. There's been mention of the importance of what is regional, and to go back to the original text. Remember, the original text of the convention doesn't actually talk about the regions. It was basically our own decisions that led us to have this regional approach, which means it's up to the committee to decide how they want the next periodic reporting cycle to look. And that is what we're going to reflect on, as Mr. Lazarelundu Asomo said, from this morning right through to mid next year. That's up to the committee to decide. But and the secretariat of the entire culture section in each of the standard setting instruments will be meeting 3, 4, 5 times a week to try and get together and analyze how each of these periodic sessions is working, looking at everything that's necessary, unnecessary, what's working, what's not working, what's best for the sector. And so they're starting to bring in they're trying to get all the information that they need, and all of this is based on the data that you provide us. So why do we need to do this exercise? It's because basically in the last 2 cycles we never actually looked at a different way of doing it, and now it's time for that to change, because now your governments, your ministers of culture want to also have a global overview. That is what we heard from them. And what's it going to be done on the basis of? On the basis of the priorities that you have set regionally, and which we saw in Mondia Cult. So the priorities are not actually defined by each of the conventions. They're defined as a whole from the requirements that your authorities for culture identified throughout the consultation process. And which will no doubt come out in the next November Mondia Cult meeting. And so the World Heritage Convention has certain themes based on the information that you gave us: cultural rights, safeguarding, management. Who's going to provide all of this information? Well, when we talk about certain properties that are currently suffering, and we're discussing them here, but the basic role of this committee is to safeguard that culture, and that is how we can provide information and offer guidance. And so that's why it's understanding the layer that actually is under the remit of this committee is to make sure that that valuable information is collected and gets back to public decision makers, and so that you can apply it at the local level with regard to your specific legislation. So, but it's time for cultural policies to be perfectly mainstreamed into all other kinds of policy, bearing in mind issues such as access to culture, safeguarding indigenous and cultural practitioners' involvement, etc. But if you want to simplify, streamline, improve, enhance these processes, then we're going to get better information to inform public policy, and this is through the Global Report. And I'd like to thank once again the proposed amendment, because we feel that that really does encapsulate the spirit of all of this. And so what we're trying to do is that, since we currently don't have one overall vision, we've got different monitoring exercises, different regional approaches, different snapshots of what's happened here or there, we want more than just an X-ray, as the delegate of Argentina said. What we want, now we've got an opportunity to have solid data that can be used to inform public policy making in your various ministries of culture or among lawmakers. And finally, with the question that was raised by the distinguished delegate of India, I am convinced that the proposed strategy at the sector of dedicating 2026 to what we said as capacity building, a whole year of capacity building across all of the regions in parallel, so that every civil servant, every regardless of where they work in the regions, in your countries, through regional offices or whatever, but as of today, currently they're not working on cultural heritage, but they need to. And what we're trying to do now with this capacity building is create tighter links with cultural heritage, with the site managers. And until now, there's been this where the decision makers couldn't meet with those working in the field, the site managers who are there on a day-to-day basis. They're the ones who know what the issues are, and they are the ones who have the knowledge. And so from this capacity building, we're creating a closer link so that all of this can be dovetailed better, and so the information can flow both ways, and that you get better policies. And without that, it won't work. And that is why we need that information to flow, and that's why we need a concrete what we need to do is to get that input, and it's you yourselves in the past who've made the decisions, laying the groundwork for this. So let's move on with it. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Turkey, followed by Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We agree with and support the amendments proposed by Lebanon and Belgium, because periodic reporting is a major tool for promoting regional collaboration. A standard harmonization, if it were to be imposed with a global approach, would contradict the principle of cultural diversity. Therefore, we do find the amendments necessary and agreeable. However, a global approach as an additional layer might be useful without replacing the regional approach. And I thank ADG Culture for his explanations here, but I also agree with my distinguished colleague from the St. Vincent and Grenadines that we do need further clarification on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments regarding the need for further clarifications. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan, followed by Greece. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Japan also appreciates much effort of the World Heritage Center on the periodic reporting. We understand the suggested amendment by Lebanon and Belgium aim to enhance an effect of the reporting by taking into account the characteristics of each site and so forth. So Japan would support the amended draft decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Greece.
Thank you, Chair. It's just to echo the concerns expressed by our Indian colleague, as well as by the distinguished representative of Turkey, and St. Vincent and Grenadines. We need more clarified answers on these very sensitive issues. Particularly, the capacity building is of particular importance. How can we match the global approach with the capacity building? I would like to ask for more clarification from ADG and from the director of the center. Thank you.
Thank you, ADG. You heard the request for further clarifications from Turkey and Greece, and he has specifically asked both of you. So you have the floor first, and then I give to Lazar.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me explain this. The global vision is built with you and it's based on your information. Do you understand what I've just said there? Currently, if I wanted to have a global report based on the 5 regions reports, I wouldn't have the information I require. What I have to do is go through the information over the last 5 years and then extract the data that I need, so that I can present you with an overall global report. It's going to have to be done with the information provided by yourselves. In other words, there's not much change, but the difference is that when you see the last cycle report from Europe and North America, the information is what we call is a big doorstopper like this, but what you actually want is a summary. You want something usable. But what we're currently working on for the next, we've had to revise with my 4-person team. We had to go and plus some analytical tools. We've had to go through across all the programs, recommendations, and culture conventions. I think it was around 3,720 something reports, periodical reports across all of these instruments. So you'll understand that is a massive amount of information. And when you want to go through the set objectives and priorities, it's actually really hard to extract this. You can't do it without AI. This is just raw data. It's not been analyzed. So currently, we're getting the information from you, but but they only actually provide the information with regard to the requirements of the committee. But when it comes to the site managers, and this is an instrument that they're a tool that is really, really important to the convention, because all the decisions that are taken here at this committee need to be implemented by the site managers. And so all of this information is very granular. And that's not going to provide you the global report that you want. The global report, what will it do? Well, it's going to show the major trends across different regions. What are the good practices in one region as opposed to another? What are the visions? We're able to get down to the site level and see what are the key issues in Africa, India, the Caribbean. They're all different. Obviously, these are reflected in the regional reports. Obviously, there are some cross-cutting ones like climate change, but some sites are being affected in different ways. And in the Caribbean, there are different processes to Latin American subregion. So what am I saying? Am I saying there's nothing in common? No, of course they've got things in common, but they're dealing with the issues in different ways. And it's possible that some experiences will be able to continue, that public policy will be able to solve some of the problems that they can work on. That much is true, but sometimes it's not actually going to be possible through legislation. It's going to be done with practical solutions. And that's why we've really got to be listening carefully to the work. So this is a mammoth task. If you want all of that scientific information to go into a global report, remember, it's not this committee, and it's not even the World Heritage Secretariat. The Secretariat has 3 people currently actively contributing on a daily basis to the work of this team that covers covers this work, and they're the ones who are giving us all the input so that we can put it into a global report. And then we've got those who work in monitoring across the different conventions in the sector. So what we want to do, if what we're trying to do is come up with the best possible standardization. It doesn't mean more work for you or more work for the secretary. It's just a way of optimizing, and it's adding another layer to the information that you've already had. We've never had this global overview, and yet the people are asking for it, and it's 2 years and 2 months, the time frame that we've got to work in. Now, we're talking about something that's not in the text. We're talking about just aligning periodicity. That's all it's about, because you can't really, you can't harmonize something that isn't harmonizable. Each instrument is specific and unique, and that will always remain the case. Thank you.
Thank you. You can't harmonize something that is not harmonizable. That's what was the Spanish translation into English. I hope Salazar can harmonize and become a musician. You have the floor.
Non, I think, ce que je voudrais simplement redire, c'est que nous,
We based on what the NFPs have given us in the course of this exercise. In other words, the possibility of inducting of having a comparison of the implementation of the convention at the country level, regional level, and global level. What does this actually mean? It means that when we undertake a regional analysis, where we have no choice but to take into consideration the information across the sub-regions using the same method that we use at the regional method. In other words, we make an effort to try to disaggregate the data so that we can analyze this information at the regional level and at the sub-regional level. And yet, there's a question of capacity building here, because until 2025, the month of June, we've got until then to undertake this reflection and deliberation and undertake this analysis, and then we'll have the information and the methodologies, and from there we have to actually start holding the capacity building meetings with our focal points. We work with our focal points, and we're going to keep working with the focal points so as to try to best explain all of this and set it up. And that's the priority on capacity building priority that's going to be our backbone, the backbone of our work, so that we can undertake this work and indeed contribute to the global vision that Mr. Otone was mentioning. Thank you.
Thank you. India, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I apologize for taking the floor again, but having listened to the explanations by the ADG Culture and the Director World Heritage Center, what is astounding is the scale of this exercise. This third cycle of periodic reporting, if I can very roughly sort of sum it up or calculate, we are looking at about 1,000 to 1,050 properties which might have participated in this exercise, which means that there are more than 1,000 site managers who have participated in this exercise. This is my rough short calculation. The section 1 of the periodic reporting is about 85 to 90 pages. And similarly, the section 2 is also equal number of pages. So which means that per property, per property, we are generating data worth about 90 pages. And then per state party, again, the overarching information that is being generated is also about 85 to 90 pages. We're looking at a data of nearly 150,000 to 170,000 pages that have been generated. Now, the the analysis that we get, if I'm correct, is we get the regional analysis. So, the regions, we get a summary report, which gives us an idea about the trends or reflection on the trends. But the micro level issues is, I think, if I'm correct in my understanding, we don't get that reflection, and I think that is somewhere we need to fill that gap, wherein, because it is the last person standing on the site as a site manager, that person should be aware of the issues that that person is facing at the ground level, as much as it is happening at the regional level, as much as it is happening at the global level. So, as the director World Heritage Center pointed out, or maybe ADG Culture pointed out, that we have only 3 to 4 resource persons who are handling this such a complex task. I think this is something that we need to look into to address this much amount of data that is being generated. How do we work out various synopses out of this, so that the states parties can also learn out of it? And this is hearing this explanation, I think this is a comment I had, a spontaneous comment I had in mind, which I thought I'll share it here with the committee and everybody else. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that summarization. 150,000 to 170,000 pages. That's what we termed, the torture by literature. But the question is that just 3 or 4 resource persons are handling it. Perhaps state parties can volunteer resource persons who can be in the state capitals, need not come to Paris, but at least can take the load off the secretariat in some way or the other, so that more focus can be given on the increasing number of properties, and more resource persons are used in this exercise. But thank you for the comments and appreciating the tremendous work done by the men and women of the UNESCO Secretariat. And now give the floor back to Lebanon, followed by my good friend from Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to take the floor again, but I will be very short. We take note with satisfaction of the declaration from the ADG that the global approach does not replace the current regional period reporting, and that the harmonization process wouldn't lead to loss of local and regional specificities, but adds a new additional layer to the system. However, while welcoming Mondiacult initiative, our convention has its own specificity. Our convention covers cultural, natural, and mixed heritage, and our priorities are defined based on the local and regional level. To this end, we would favor a bottom-up approach that takes into consideration the specific needs and expectations of local communities, together with the respect of cultural diversity principles expressed in NARA document and other basic text of the convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Lebanon. I now give the floor to Argentina.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to mention previous experience in issues or matters that may seem different, but are actually slightly similar. For 10 years, I worked in synergies between chemical conventions, and we had exactly the same discussions we're having here today. Synergies are essential, and that information is key. And if we have to analyze 200,000 pages, then we'll have to learn to use tools that may not be at our disposal for the time being. Just because of the quantity of pages, this doesn't mean that science has to stop moving forward, and we're seeing this on a daily basis. We understand the concerns expressed by some delegations on the specificities of this convention. However, we wish to draw your attention as members of the committee to the fact that not everyone is a member of the committee. This convention includes all of the international community, including states which are not members or who have not signed the convention. The sites that we aim to protect belong to humankind as a whole, not just to the members of the committee. This is why the regional dimension seems essential to us. We're talking about the same thing, but in different terms. If, with our limited power here, we further limit the possibility for other stakeholders to act, then I think we'd be sending the wrong message. One delegation has just highlighted the specificities of this convention, that we have cultural sites, but we also have mixed and natural sites too. Our vision is that all sites, at the end of the day, are cultural because nature cannot defend itself on its own. It's us, through our culture, that we can improve or worsen the situation. So our vision will be what enables us to actually make change. If we just leave nature on its own, if we were to leave nature on its own, then we wouldn't need this committee or any other convention. We will not oppose the consensus, of course, but I think that we're talking about exactly the same thing here. We need to improve our tools, and we agree here with the Secretariat about the need to have global information. We are very grateful for the explanations, and we look forward to further discussing this in the working group because we believe that there's some confusion leading to fear here. We have discussed these issues indefinitely in other fora, for example, in the UN. And so we believe that we shouldn't be limiting the possibility of comparing information. We need to look at what's working and what isn't. Another response we could provide is simply to state that we don't know. We don't have that information. We shouldn't be ashamed of that. We simply need to identify whether there's a lack of capacity or a lack of resources. And that shouldn't necessarily damage the reputation of a specific state, but rather help us to remedy the situation. So we wish to fully support the initiative led by the Secretariat and the World Heritage Centre, which is to come up with shorter reports which are more specific and, as highlighted by the ADG, focus on global aspects too, which is not the case for the time being. When we return to Paris, to UNESCO, we'll face the same issues that we're discussing today, but perhaps with limitations set out by this committee, which is only made up of 21 states. Thank you.
Thank you. Mexico, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for requesting the floor once again. We just have some general and final comments. We wish to thank you for your proposal to collaborate among states when it comes to helping the Secretariat. We also wish to thank once again Ms. ADG Otone, as well as the Director of the World Heritage Centre, for the explanations provided. And we always stand ready to support joint work to ensure the implementation of this convention. Very briefly, I wish to come back to the concern about drawing on the Mondiacult Declaration and how it applies to site managers. And I was very much involved, because I'm from Mexico, of course, in Mondiacult, and I'm here representing Mexican site managers. So we need to look at how we can actually integrate all of those declarations and statements into concrete measures to protect World Heritage properties. I would not say that the site managers are the ones aren't the ones on the front line. On the contrary, I think they are the first responders in a way, and we need to learn from them. Now, when it comes to harmonization, I would ask Mr. ADG. We've discussed this at length in the group. What about the harmonization of tentative lists? We expressed our concern about avoiding generalization and focusing on specificities as well. We have no concern about sharing information. On the contrary, that is what we're all here to do. And we are all aware of the work that's undertaken in collaboration with other conventions, such as the Illicit Trafficking Convention and others in this field. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments on the harmonization of the tentative lists. I see that Mexico has spoken, so there have been 17 interventions by the committee members. And now I see that the Observer State Party of Norway has raised its plate. So, Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We have been participating through 3 cycles now, and throughout these, we have contributed actively to develop, improve, and tailor this unique monitoring mechanism to the needs of this site-based convention with its cultural as well as natural and mixed sites, transboundary sites, and most importantly, us, the states parties. It may not be perfect, but it's a unique mechanism with high relevance for the site managers, us as a state party, Norway as part of a sub-region, as well as the Europe and North America region, and finally also for Norway as part of the world. We also wish to really emphasize the function this exercise has in terms of capacity building and awareness raising at the local, regional, and national levels in all matters related to this convention, as well as the fostering of collaboration at sub-regional and regional levels. We have been listening to this discussion with keen interest, and we are slightly puzzled by what we're hearing from the podium. It's not clear for us what the consequences of this proposal will be, nor whether these proposals are in fact in line with Article 29 of the Convention. And secondly, whether it is in line with the fact that this is a state party developed, driven, and owned exercise. We consider that the states parties should be the driving force behind changes and further development to the periodic reporting, as we are the ones relying on this exercise to be of relevance for us and our site managers, also in the future. And we're happy to hear that the director of the World Heritage Centre invited us to collaborate. We will certainly utilize this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Norway.
Okay.
Thank you. I see that there are no further requests for questions and comments. I will therefore invite you to examine and adopt draft decision 46 COM 10C included in the document 10C. But before doing so, I will like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendment to the draft decisions proposed.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to one and all. As for item 10C, we have indeed received an amendment co-authored by, or submitted by Lebanon and co-authored by Belgium, Mexico, Kenya, Qatar, Rwanda, and also Senegal and Jamaica, who expressed support in the room. The amendment begins in paragraph 7, transitioning from a regional approach to periodic reporting to a global approach, and instead further requests the Secretary to prepare a feasibility study to consider the practical modalities of enhancing the periodic reporting of the Convention, including the practicality, establishing a common reporting deadline for all regions, consideration for specific questionnaires for cultural and natural properties, as well as for transboundary and serial properties, and further developing synergies with other international instruments and programs and cultural and natural heritage in a sustainable development perspective for examination at its 47th session. In the next paragraph, taking into consideration the iOS evaluation and in respect of decision 219X/13, requests the Secretariat to also explore within the above mentioned feasibility study the modalities of enhancing the periodic reporting of the Convention with the aim of facilitating a coherent analysis of global heritage trends and challenges in preparation for their use in the UNESCO Global Reports on Cultural Policies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We shall go paragraph by paragraph. Are there any comments or questions? Paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4. Are there any objections? I see none. Paragraph 5, 6. Are there any objections? I see none. Yes, Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In light with what our experts shared concerning the experience of the online platform, we just had a little amendment to add at the end of paragraph 5 to say, after convention, to say, and the need to reinforce the technical platform to strengthen data upload for better reporting. Thank you, Chair.
May I ask the delegation of Kenya to repeat and see if it's conform, please?
Thank you so much. And the need to, yeah, it looks good. Thank you.
All right. Is there any objection to the amendment suggested by Kenya in para 5? I see none. We go to para 6. Any objections to para 6? No. We go to para 7. Further request the Secretariat to prepare a feasibility study. Is there any objection to para 7? I see none. We go to para 8. Taking into consideration, is there any objection to para 8 as it appears on the screen? I see none. Go to para 9, para 10. No. Is there any objection to the adoption of the whole decision as amended? Any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46 Com 10C adopted as amended. Dear colleagues, if there are no requests for the floor, I now declare item 10C of our agenda closed. Excellency Alay Darus, may I request you to come on the podium, please? Ahlan wa sahlan. Also, the rapporteur of the open-ended working group, the distinguished delegate of Grenada. Can you please come on the podium? If you're there in the room. Yes, you're there. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to review at item 11 of our agenda, which pertains to the report of the open-ended working group established by the extended 45th session of the World Heritage Committee, contained in document 46 oblique 24 oblique 46.com oblique 11 that has been distributed to you. As a reminder, at its extended 45th session last year, the committee decided to transfer the mandate of the former ad hoc working group to an open-ended working group in order to be more inclusive and allow all state parties to the convention to contribute to the discussions. The mandate of the open-ended working group was defined in Decision 45-11, and the committee requested the open-ended working group to submit a report and recommendations to its 46th session. To this end, I have the pleasure to welcome Mr. Muhammad Al Darus from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who has been chairing the meetings of this open-ended working group since February 2024, and Ms. Shafika Haddad from Grenada, who was elected rapporteur of this group. I will now give the floor to present the report of the open-ended working group. Mr. Al Darus, you have the floor, to be followed by Ms. Haddad.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning. At its extended 45th session held in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in 2023, the committee decided to transfer the mandate of the ad hoc working group to an open-ended working group to allow all states parties to the convention to contribute to the discussions. The mandate of the open-ended working group is defined in Decision 45-11. I wish to take this opportunity to warmly thank the state parties of Bahrain and Switzerland for their financial contribution provided for the organization of the meeting of the open-ended working group. The open-ended working group met in 4 meetings in 2024 and requested the Secretariat to prepare a background document to guide its work and to avoid repeating and rediscussing decisions and recommendations that have already been examined and formulated in the past. At the inception meeting, the group elected its bureau with myself as chairperson, Germany, Poland, Philippines, and Kenya as vice chairpersons, and as rapporteur, Ms. Shafiq Haddad from Grenada, to whom I pass the floor in order to provide a brief review on the work of the group. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Excellencies, dear colleagues. The mandate of the open-ended working group is defined in decision 45-11, and in the same decision, the committee requested the open-ended working group to submit a report and recommendations to this session. The main topics that arose during the discussions are the need for better representation and enhanced balance of the list, including the necessity to address the existing imbalance of the World Heritage, have a common understanding of fair representation and existing gaps, slow down nominations of well-represented state parties, address the nomination processes, including the following: improvement of procedural efficiency, streamlining nominations process, simplification of the nomination format and limit of the dossier's size, use of new technologies and updating of communication tools, revision of the tentative lists, including regional harmonization of tentative lists with the support of the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies for possible cooperation and serial or transnational nominations, and also to update of the gap analysis by the advisory bodies. In addition, it is requested to have a better use of existing processes, such as the upstream process and the preliminary assessment. The need for possible financial support for a sustainable nomination process, notably through more voluntary contributions, including unrestricted ones. Setting of potential twinning or linking of sites during the nomination phase and after inscription. And finally, exploring the inclusion of possible technical support from the World Heritage related Category 2 centers. In addition, the necessity to have a common understanding of credibility was highlighted, as well as to agree on the definition of authenticity and integrity, and to clarify the concepts of outstanding universal value and of gaps, and to recognize regionality in the World Heritage context. In this regard, Kenya announced the intention to host a meeting in Kenya in May 2025 on this topic for Africa. But also, the importance of conservation emerged as a top priority, stressing the importance of protecting the heritage and not only increasing the inscriptions. The importance of implementing the operational guidelines was recalled, as well as that of the Declaration of Principles to promote international solidarity and cooperation to preserve World Heritage, that was endorsed by the General Assembly at its 23rd session in November 2021. One of the most recurrent topics in the debates of the group was the need for capacity building and awareness raising, including of local communities, decision-making stakeholders, and youth. Systematized and targeted capacity building programs, including mentorship and training of trainers in the framework of nomination, conservation, and management, were considered of paramount importance to address underrepresentation of the list. The involvement of stakeholders was highlighted as essential, emphasizing the importance of engaging local communities and indigenous peoples in the nomination and conservation processes to ensure that local perspective and expertise are integrated, which is critical for the sustainable management of heritage sites. The attention was drawn on the priority to be given to Africa and seeds, and the positive role of the preliminary assessment to ensure high quality nomination dossiers, as well as an opportunity to strengthen and improve the dialogue of state parties with the advisory bodies and to install or restore confidence. The debate also addressed financial challenges within the World Heritage Framework and focused on enhancing existing processes as well as exploring innovative sustainable funding solutions. The possibility of involving additional service providers was considered as an option not to be pursued, as it would introduce complex administrative issues and inefficiency in management, knowledge transfer, and institutional memory, which would have to be made up for by additional resources. Emphasis was placed on strengthening existing structures and processes rather than creating new ones, as well as on enhancing the involvement of regional experts. It is important to underline that an average of more than 102 state parties participated to each meeting of the open-ended working group, which shows the great interest that state parties attach to its mandate, covering topics that are highly relevant for all the convention stakeholders. Also, more than 120 pages of draft recommendations were submitted and debated during its 4 meetings. Given the limited time available before the present 46th session of the committee, it was agreed to start by discussing the recommendations which seemed to attract the most interest for immediate consideration. Hence, several recommendations on important issues are still pending, and it was understood by all that the remaining recommendations and issues would be discussed during an extended open-ended working group for consideration at the 47th session of the committee. Draft Decision 46-11 is on page 4 of both the English and French versions of document 11. The draft decision is the transposition of the recommendations adopted by consensus by all the state parties participating to the open-ended working group. I thank you for your attention.
Any committee member would like to take the floor? Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Ukraine supports the continuation of the work of the open-ended working group of states parties to the Convention on the Protection of the World Heritage for the next period to discuss and develop relevant proposals on important issues, namely regarding issues of representativeness of the World Heritage List and strengthening its balance, improving capacity building, exploring the possibility of using additional service providers, as well as working out solutions to ensure funding stability. Issues related to improving the functioning of the World Heritage Center as a whole are no less relevant for discussion. Optimization of organizational and technical procedures is a priority. Their further discussion will continue to increase the efficiency of the work of the Central Committee and, accordingly, the World Heritage Committee. In addition, taking into account the realities of today during the meetings of the working group, we consider it necessary to analyze critical situations related to the need to include objects in the list of the World Heritage in danger in connection with external threats to these objects, in particular related to military actions. Thank you very much.
We have yet not gone into the opening of the draft decision because we have the open-ended working group representatives on the podium. So, would any member state like to take the floor to address specific issues with the open-ended working group before we go into the draft decision? Because at that point in time, once we are done with the open-ended working group representatives, they will leave the podium and then we will be opening the draft decision. So, is there any specific questions related to the open-ended working group? I see two member states have raised their plates. Four, India followed by Qatar. You have the floor.
Um, Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving India the floor. First and foremost, we would like to extend our heartiest congratulations to our chairperson for this exemplary leadership in guiding this crucial open-ended working group meetings. We also express a deep appreciation to the Madame Rapporteur for her thorough reporting. Additionally, we would also like to acknowledge the background documents prepared by the Secretariat, which provided us with detailed guidance, ensuring that we build on past decisions and recommendations. The mandate of this open-ended working group is very crucial. It involves improving the balance on the World Heritage List, enhancing capacity building initiatives, and proposing sustainable financial solutions. However, the fifth mandate of the group, which is the fundamental reflection on the operation of the World Heritage Convention, is one of the most important mandates that requires rigorous discussions. We note, that this open-ended working group has made significant progress in discussing and adopting recommendations. And during the discussion so far in these 4 meetings, we have adopted 13 decisions out of the 28 draft decisions considered. This, we believe, is a significant achievement and a testament to the constructive and collaborative spirit of all participating states parties. Mr. Chair, to quote Victor Hugo, there is nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. Indeed, time has come for the idea, for the fundamental reflection on the operation of the World Heritage Convention, to simplify the process, to encourage transparency and inclusiveness, use of technology in the nomination processes, and for enhanced cooperation between the states parties and the advisory bodies. Mr. Chair, the World Heritage List is an aspirational list wherein more and more properties with OUE should be there. We shouldn't shy ourselves in adding them on the list, fearing the pressure on the Secretariat or the advisory bodies. The pressure will be more and more in times to come. Considering that there are 1,700 plus sites on the tentative list, and with a rate of 25 a year, 30 years from now, we do hope to reach that magical figure of 2,000. Therefore, it is time for us to reflect upon this challenge and find innovative solutions to ensure that we encourage every state party signatory to the convention to participate to ensure their adequate representation and simultaneously achieve a regionally and a typologically balanced and credible list. Innovation is also the call of the day to support the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies to mitigate increasing pressure on them. India would congratulate the chair of this open-ended working group for allowing each state party to voice its views and submit proposals in a truly democratic process. We extend our sincere gratitude to all the states parties for their valuable contributions and active participation in this working group. Mr. Chair, we acknowledge that this work is yet incomplete, and India assures fullest cooperation to the chair of this group. We will continue our dialogue in future meetings to address the unresolved matters. Let us continue this dialogue and engagement. Our collective efforts and continuing engagements are essential for achieving this group mandates. And we hope that this group, open-ended working group, will complete its work in the coming year and be able to present its report to the 47th COM. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I request the timers. For some member states, after 3 minutes, you make it 0-0, and for others, you continue. For requests for consistency in this regard, please. Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar, followed by Turkey.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I should like to congratulate the chair of the working group for his leadership and wisdom after the 45th session of the World Heritage Committee. And obviously, I should also like to extend our thanks and congratulations to Madame Shafika Haddad for her very clear report, which really does reflect the discussions that were held over the recent months, and which led to very lively discussions. We, Mr. Chairman, are convinced that this working group needs more time so as to fine-tune its vision for the future of our convention and further hone its vision of the World Heritage List, which is why Qatar would like to confirm its full support for this open-ended working group. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey, followed by Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the outset, we would like to thank all parties for their participation and valuable contributions to the open-ended working group that eventually led to the adoption of several significant recommendations. As Turkey, we have actively participated in the working group and submitted our written contribution. We're also very pleased to see the inclusion of written contributions of our country into the draft decision, including main issues such as the update of the 2004 gap analysis by the advisory bodies, the simplification of the nomination format, creating an online platform for the submission of nomination dossiers, strengthening regional diversity of the advisory bodies' experts for advisory monitoring and evaluation missions and panels, and capacity building programs for tentative list and nomination, especially for Africa and SIDS. Turkey would like to highlight the importance of ensuring the participation of experts from diverse regions and areas of experts in the work of updating the ICOMOS gap analysis study. We acknowledge that the most important challenge against the implementation of the working group's recommendations is the provision of necessary financial support. In this regard, well-represented state parties will be able to involve in both twinning programs and support capacity building activities. We believe that making the best use of the tools and resources currently available, such as the technical review, upstream processes, preliminary assessment, and existing thematic studies, will also contribute to the main objectives of the working group. And herein, we have a suggestion. While the preliminary assessment has been created as a significant tool within the context of the revision of the nomination processes, it would be useful to conduct a review or a report on the implementation of the preliminary assessment to measure its effectiveness in reducing both the nomination costs and the divergences between the advisory body's recommendations and the committee decision. Turkey will continue to contribute to the working group in pursuit of this committee, and we hope the work of the working group will be completed by the 47th WHC. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Argentina, followed by Japan.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We should like to extend our thanks for this report and also for the very existence of the working group. We do think that they need to continue as an open-ended group. This is a dialogue that should not just be among ourselves, but opened up to all states parties of UNESCO, member states of UNESCO, and observers. And those who are not members of this convention too. We do need their input, their ideas, their analysis, so as to understand why some who are not submitting nominations or are not participating are holding back? Is it because of capacity building, for example? We also think this is a very, very broad remit, but the question is, until when will we continue working? When do we know when we're finished? Remember that even to continue working requires a wherewithal for all of us as participants. And at the last meeting, we had the feeling that some of the participants didn't actually have a really clear idea as to why they were there and what they were discussing. And we are gradually working through the agenda under the able leadership of our chair, and obviously with support from the secretariat. But let's remind that the members of the working group, they're representing all of us, so that we can better fulfill the mandate we've been given. And so it's important to keep working on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Japan, followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Chairman. Japan would like to appreciate the discussion of open-ended working group and the World Heritage Center. We recognize the importance to increase the number of high-quality nominations from the underrepresented regions, and steady capacity building is indispensable to do so. Japan is supporting the capacity building of specific World Heritage sites through capacity building at under-rep and no-rep countries, and we believe these activities will also contribute to mid-term and long-term capacity building. In addition, Japan has decided to initiate the support to the project named Approach to the Concept and Practice of Heritage Authenticity in Africa through Japanese Funding Trust JFIT program, which includes the support to the international meeting held in next May at Nairobi, which Rapporteur mentioned. Japan intends to continue its multi-layered contribution to the representation, protection, and promotion of World Heritage at under-rep and no-rep countries. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Jamaica, followed by Belgium.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, delegates. Jamaica welcomes and appreciates the establishment of this working group and has virtually attended several of the meetings convened during the year in spite of the time difference. Special thanks to the chairperson, rapporteur, and vice chairpersons of this working group, and the secretariat also for carrying out their responsibilities with great seriousness. We appreciate the attention given to Africa and SIDS and look forward to positive progress. Jamaica supports all the aims of the working group, but in the interest of time, we note the focus to address the gap in representation of state parties in this World Heritage List to produce a balanced representative list. As an island in the Caribbean and a member of SIDS, we note that for a list of over 1,200 sites, there are only 22 inscribed sites from the Caribbean, an area comprising 13 independent sovereign countries. The proposition to improve the technical evaluation requirements, including improving capacity building activities, and to propose sustainable solutions to the financial requirements of the nomination process is also welcomed. Among all the SIDS of the Caribbean, the average rate of submission is one site every 2 years, with the last site inscribed in 2017 in Antigua, prior to Suriname in 2023. This highlights the urgent need for capacity building in nomination development for the Caribbean, especially those of the English-speaking Caribbean, for which increased support is needed. Jamaica accepts the draft decision, which includes a recommendation for the life of the open-ended working group to be extended until the 47th session of the World Heritage Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jamaica. I give the floor to Belgium, to be followed by St. Vincent.
Thank you, Chair. The Open-Ended Working Group is an important extension of this committee. It is a forum to discuss fundamental issues with all state parties to the Convention, not just the 21 committee members who happen to hold office at the moment. We were happy both to participate in the Open-Ended Working Group, but also to see so many other state parties do so. Belgium fully subscribes to the conclusions of the Open-Ended Working Group presented to this committee. But we also note that a fundamental discussion on many more points still lies before us. We have made reference to that multiple times also during this session. The mandate defined for the open-ended working group also recognizes this, and we look forward to discussing working methods to define how we are going to tackle these different challenges. One specific additional point we would like to raise today concerns the financial situation of the convention. While there may be no acute problems yet, there are increasing signs that we may reach the point where we will be confronted with them soon, as the World Heritage List keeps growing and threats World Heritage properties are facing become more frequent and complex. Unfortunately, this also means that capacity to assist state parties with these SOC issues, and even the ability to deal with them at the committee sessions, is limited. This is problematic, as the state of conservation is really at the heart of what this convention is all about. Dear colleagues, we also count on the advisory bodies to do their work based on the highest standards and with the best possible experts. We call on them increasingly, expect a real dialogue, and in some cases, setting strict timelines for an answer. These high expectations can only be realized if we offer them sufficient means, and Belgium sincerely wonders whether we are doing that right now. This is obviously also not a new situation. We have been discussing this for many years. But we can only note that no real and sustainable solutions have been presented so far. And to underscore this conclusion, we would like to point out that so far, no state party has contributed to sub-account for human capacities, confirming our position that relying on voluntary contributions is not a sustainable practice. So we really feel that it is time to start thinking outside of the box, and hope that the open-ended working group in its continuation can be the platform that takes up this task. Chair, we would like to conclude by raising a practical concern regarding the continuation of the open-ended working group. We would like to urge, and we use this word deliberately, we would like to urge the Centre to work out a calendar for our meetings as soon as possible and stick to that calendar as much as possible, as we really feel we need time for an in-depth reflection and discussion. Belgium hopes we can start with the open-ended working group this autumn already, so in a few months' time. Thank you.
Thank you. I request the Secretariat to note to have a calendar as soon as possible and stick to the calendar as much as possible. Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You have to be followed by Italy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the President of the Open-Ended Working Group for his leadership and also the rapporteur for the excellent report. I would like also to thank the Secretariat for all the contribution provided with the background document and for all the assistance, and also the donors who contributing to make this open-ended working group possible. This working group, Mr. Chair, was very successful because it attracted all the states parties. They were present, they were active, and also we presented many proposals to save the credibility of the convention, to enhance the representativity of heritage, and to achieve a balanced and credible World Heritage List, as has been said also by my colleague from Jamaica. It is aspirations for non-represented and underrepresented states parties to reinforce the work of this open-ended working group. Mr. Chair, I want also to say that this working group also underlined the importance of the Code of Conduct and its principles. It underlines also the importance to have more cooperation and more understanding of the needs of non-represented and underrepresented states parties on the World Heritage List. And I would like also to underline that among the recommendations, we request the advisory bodies to undertake a review and an update of the 2004 gap analysis, which is a very important exercise, and we take this opportunity also to call for funding to have this gap analysis possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to St. Vincent and to Italy, followed by Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The working group has assumed a great responsibility to carry forward essential reflections on the future of the convention. We fully subscribe to the recommendations which were finally adopted by the group and which are now in front of the committee. The issue of the geographical balance of the World Heritage List has been the core matter of discussion. It is also our priority to address it, to safeguard the credibility and prestige of the Convention. We continue to strongly believe that the objective of a more geographically balanced list can be pursued only through enhanced capacity building activities, which would also need additional funding. Indeed, we have to remember that the imbalance is already in nominations submitted and not only in inscriptions. Therefore, we need to support underrepresented states and regions in the preparation of quality nomination dossiers. At this regard, we also look forward to seeing the first results of the preliminary assessment process, which has been introduced exactly with this objective. We hope that the working group will be able to continue its work in an efficient way over the next year, addressing also other prominent issues, starting from the emerging challenges for the safeguarding of our common heritage and including the increasing costs of the Convention and the sustainability of the World Heritage Fund. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I give the floor to Kenya, followed by Rwanda.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the reports by the Chair and the rapporteur and wish to acknowledge the good work and collaboration of state parties that contributed to the discussion of the open-ended working group. One of the topics, as seen from the report, concerns better representation and an enhanced balance of the list. It is worth noting that while cultural heritage continues to take the lion's share on the list, recognition of natural heritage continues to lag, and Africa has rich natural heritage. Scientific research continues to discover more intricate details about this heritage category, so we wish to submit that requisite attention be given to this important aspect. With regards to the proposal of Kenya to host the Conference for Heritage on Africa, the Conference for Africa on Heritage, we thank the working group and the committee for their support, and especially the State Party of Japan for their commitment of support for the conference. On the Africa 2035 program, we support the statement to be read by Zambia and Rwanda. On the preliminary assessment, we wish to reiterate the technical concerns that were raised by our African experts and shared in previous meetings on the current format, the shape, and the implementation of the preliminary assessment, and the need for a solution to the disadvantages it creates for our region. We recommend further engagement, dialogue, and a remodeling of the preliminary assessment as we aspire to achieve a balanced and credible World Heritage List, to ensure that the new requirements will not become a challenge to underrepresented regions. We also support the sentiments that were raised by Turkey and look forward to further discussions in the working group. Thank you, Chair, and we support the working group. It has been a very good experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Rwanda, followed by the Republic of Korea.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving me the floor. First of all, we'd like to thank the chair of the working group, the secretariat, and all of the member states who took part at the very first meeting after the 45th session. In that meeting, we talked about better representativeness and balance as a priority. And in this regard, only an inclusive and balanced approach is going to ensure that the World Heritage List will be representative. And given the files and their content are going to require more capacity building, we feel that this is a priority as well. The potential advantages of the preliminary assessment should streamline the nomination process, and we'll only be able to, and we need to assess the effectiveness, particularly when we see if the concerns raised by the member states have actually been addressed. Furthermore, there are states who require capacity building and who feel that they might not benefit from the supposed advantages of this new system. When it comes to the nomination process, they fear that it's going to add additional time to an already long process. It's going to overburden them administratively, lengthen the whole process. And finally, the 12-month delay in getting once you've submitted a report seems to be a little lengthy in the eyes of some of the submitting nations. When it comes to and so certain regions feel that they will be penalized by the preliminary assessments rather than assisted by it. When it comes to the operational guidelines, if they're going to be modified so as to take into consideration the new mechanisms for the preliminary assessment, then there's going to have to be capacity building for the preliminary assessment so as to make sure that no one is left behind. We really hope that in the working group we'll be able to discuss this, and that we hope that our concerns are unfounded, but time will tell. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative from the Republic of Korea, followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Republic of Korea would like to thank the Bureau of the Open-Ended Working Group for the draft recommendations, which highlight the importance of strengthening cooperation among stakeholders and improving procedural rules to make the World Heritage System more balanced. In particular, as we aim for a better balanced World Heritage List, the Republic of Korea would like to join other states' parties in supporting the update of the advisory body's gap analysis. We believe such efforts will lay a groundwork for identifying challenges and navigating solutions to ultimately achieve balanced representation of the state parties and harmonized categorization of heritage sites on the list. In addition, it is notable that the state parties have shown great interest in twinning, which encompasses knowledge sharing and capacity building activities for underrepresented and non-represented state parties, especially in the process of preparation of nomination dossiers. The Republic of Korea hopes that the state parties will explore creative measures for twinning and share their experiences. In doing so, we could leverage the bridging role of various entities such as UNESCO national and regional offices and Category 2 centers. In this regard, the Republic of Korea welcomes the draft recommendations and hopes that the remaining issues could be addressed in the next open-ended working group. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico, to be followed by Lebanon.
Nuevamente. Once again, thank you very much, Chair. We welcome the unwavering multilateral commitment and the work undertaken by the representatives of states parties within the framework of this working group. We'd like to thank the chair as well as the rapporteur and of course the World Heritage Centre, as well as you yourself, dear chairperson of this committee, for your very relevant comments throughout our discussions. We need to come up with a new global strategy with input which addresses a new vision of World Heritage. We need to work on strengthening our vision and representation of sites on the list, as well as regional balance, which we discuss at length, not in terms of political commitments, but by reviewing the technical requirements as well as the state of conservation related aspects. We need to have the support of states parties as well as C2Cs if we are to succeed in this process. We also need to ensure capacity building. And here we repeat what we said during one of the meetings of the working group. We need to ensure cooperation with the World Heritage institutions of the states parties of this committee and the advisory bodies so that we can improve the assessment of new nominations as well as the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll give the floor to Lebanon, followed by Zambia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I wish to thank the chairperson of the working group, the rapporteur, and the secretariat for all of the work undertaken. This working group has been extremely interesting, and we've held very enriching discussions. Several issues were raised. Discussions mainly focused on how to strengthen the credibility of the list and representation. These matters have been discussed for 20 years now, and they are key aspects which the committee has always taken into account. And we all attach great importance to the need to update the gap analysis, which dates back to 2004. Gap analyses enable us to identify gaps on the list and how we can adjust the list and address those gaps to have a more credible and representative list. Another matter which has been under discussion for a long time is strengthening dialogue between states parties and the advisory bodies during the assessment of nominations. This is also an important matter which has been discussed at great length during the committee meetings in the past as well. Until fairly recently, there was a completely separate process. On the one hand, states parties submitted their nominations, and then on the other hand, you had the advisory bodies carrying out their assessments without any form of dialogue or communication. Now, things have improved since then, and we believe that the preliminary assessment process would enable us to strengthen dialogue during the assessment process. Now, when it comes to the modalities, of course, there are lots of things to be discussed, how we can improve them to ensure that dialogue is fruitful and also more efficient. All of these matters, of course, will continue to be discussed if the committee decides to extend the mandate of the open-ended working group, which we would support. That being said, it's important to ensure the financial resources and support to enable the open-ended working group to continue its work, but also to update these gap analyses. And here we wish to appeal to the states parties who may be able to do so to support the activities of the open-ended working group and the update of the gap analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Zambia, followed by Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us the floor. First of all, I would love to acknowledge the great work of the chairperson and rapporteur and the entire working group for coming up with key recommendations to move the process forward. As already highlighted by Kenya, on the matter of the establishment of the Africa 2035 program, chairperson would wish to request that the program be established by the World Heritage Center in partnership with the Africa World Heritage Fund and with the support of advisory bodies Ikomos Ikrom and IUCN, the UNESCO chairs for heritage in Africa, and the heritage training and research institutions in Africa, such as EPA and CHEDA. We wish to request the inclusion of this recommendation in your report, Chair, for guidance for the relevant parties of the establishment of the Africa 2035 program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Zambia. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Vietnam.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Chair. First of all, we wish to express our deep appreciation for the work undertaken by the Chair, the Vice Chairs, the Rapporteur, and the Secretariat, and for their contribution to the work of this open-ended working group, which has a very important mandate. We all know that the issues addressed during this working group have been around for a long time, but things have changed. There are new emerging challenges as well as opportunities and new expectations, requirements, and difficulties. This is why we need to think innovatively in order to move forward in the work of this group. We hope to see the open-ended working group continue moving in this direction, and we hope that the Secretariat can work with the open-ended working group to find innovative solutions to these issues which are long-standing. In this respect, we appreciate the comments made by the Secretariat regarding reducing the time frame for submitting tentative lists. As well as requests for preliminary assessment. We feel that this is positive, and we'd like to know whether it's feasible in order for the committee to adopt this decision or not. And when it comes to the work of the group, I would also like to request that we have the timetable available as soon as possible. I would also like to know whether the Secretariat is considering linking the discussions within this working group with the reflection on periodic reporting, which we've just discussed. Thank you.
Repeat your questions, Vietnam. Thank you.
Oui, yes. Does the Secretariat consider establishing synergies between this working group and the reflection on periodic reporting?
States have spoken. I'll give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center to respond. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chair. To answer in very simple terms to the distinguished ambassador of Vietnam, whom I thank for her very important and relevant question, synergies here are clear. I'm sure that you'll recall the discussions held during the open-ended working group. Many of the members raised the issue of the state of conservation. And yet, monitoring of periodic reporting covers factors that impact the state of conservation of World Heritage properties. And during the discussions, we saw that it wasn't just about inscribing sites on the list, but also ensuring their conservation. So when we will discuss the matter of reflection, which you've requested of us, when it comes to ensuring that sites which end up on the World Heritage List have a satisfactory state of conservation. This is something that we will be discussing during the reflection process throughout the year. But it's also something that you're already discussing and will continue to discuss as part of the open-ended working group if the committee decides to extend its mandate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lazar. Now that committee members have spoken and we are at 12:45, we still have some more requests from the observer state parties to speak. We had mentioned that we would not like to have a afternoon session if we finish off early. However, if we do not finish, then we would have to call you at 3 p.m. Alternatively, we can extend this session up to 2 p.m. so that after 2 p.m. we can free you and you can have the afternoon free. So, would you support us to extend the session till 2 p.m.? I see no objections. I give the floor to Brazil, followed by Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair. The spirit of multilateral collaboration that fostered the creation of the World Heritage Convention seems to be fading, replaced by a focus on national priorities. This shift has resulted in a significant geographical imbalance. Since 2019, we see that Group 1 countries consistently register a majority of the new sites. This trend marginalizes regions like Latin America, which had only one site considered this year. This imbalance undermines the very foundation of the convention, its universality. A World Heritage list that fails to represent the entirety of the world loses legitimacy and credibility. A weakened convention becomes susceptible to political pressures and economic pressures. For a Brazilian perspective, two key measures can be address this disparity. Firstly, the preliminary assessment phase requires reevaluation. We strongly support India's and African countries' proposals to either reshape this phase or make it voluntary. Secondly, streamlining working methods is essential. Brazil, along with the rapporteur, proposed optimizing process to reduce bureaucracy, costs, and the duplication of effort. This proposal received strong support in the working group, particularly from Global South countries. It highlights the need for common gateways to various safeguard mechanisms and programs for natural sites. Numerous natural sites in underrepresented regions such as Latin America, Africa, and Asia possess the merit for World Heritage status, but remain unrecognized and vulnerable. The positive outcomes from our joint signed event with UNESCO, IUCN, and Brazil offer a glimmer of hope. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Nigeria, followed by Togo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And this is the first time I'm taking the floor. I would like to seize this opportunity on behalf of my delegation to congratulate you on the successful hosting of this session and all the achievements, especially on the additional sites for Africa. Nigeria notes with great attention the report of the open-ended working group and thanks the Kingdom of the Saudi Arabia for its leadership, the vice chairs and members for the work done and the recommendation on this report. Having said this, I would like to stress, among other issues that time will not permit me to speak on, the request for the advisory bodies to undertake a review and produce an update of the 2004 gap analysis. This exercise is very essential as a headway to address the issue of imbalance of the list as aptly raised by member states. We therefore eagerly look forward to the roadmap to be submitted at the next session of the committee, as well as other critical actions prescribed for the 48th section, which most importantly include an implementation action plan. Similarly, Nigeria strongly backs the establishment of Africa 2035 program. with recommended strategic objectives to be carried out as a matter of urgency, which may include measures to prioritize Africa in the preliminary assessment procedures. We welcome the extension of the mandate of the working group. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Togo, followed by Slovenia.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Chair. Namaste. I wish to take this opportunity to make some brief comments, given that we're taking the floor for the first time. Togo wishes to express heartfelt congratulations to India for the excellent organisation of the 46th session of the World Heritage Committee and to express its gratitude for the warm hospitality we've received. It's a true pleasure to take part in this session of the World Heritage Committee in the country of Gandhi's wisdom, which without a doubt has guided you in your leadership. And we wish to commend you, Chair, for your able stewardship throughout our work. I would also like to address the thanks on behalf of the Togolese authorities to the ADG for Culture and the Director of the World Heritage Centre, who have consistently supported Togo's efforts to protect and preserve its cultural and natural heritage. Togo is delighted to have taken part in the work of the open-ended working group and welcomes the spirit of consensus which has guided us throughout that work. We also wish to express our sincere thanks to the chairperson of the working group, as well as the director of the World Heritage Centre and the states parties who took part in the reflection on the representation, credibility, and improving the balance of the World Heritage List. Togo reaffirms its commitment to continue working in close collaboration with all states parties, and we hope to count on their support as we intend to stand for the elections planned in 2025 so that Togo may sit for the first time on this committee. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Slovenia, followed by Czechia.
Mr. Chair, thank you for giving us the floor. I would kindly ask for your indulgence since I'm making this statement on behalf of 15 states parties to the Convention, namely Australia, Austria, Czechia, Denmark, Germany, Ireland, Kingdom of the Netherlands, Lithuania, New Zealand, Norway, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland. Our countries have been actively participating in the activities connected to the reform of the World Heritage System. As members of the ad hoc working groups or the current open-ended working group, we have strived to ensure credibility, transparency, and respect of procedures for all parties involved. This inclusive process has over the years offered opportunities for open discussions on often difficult issues, welcoming different views to be expressed or concerns to be put forward. The large participation of states parties that have contributed to the discussions shows the importance of such a forum and is an expression of our shared responsibilities for the Convention. We welcome the establishment of the open-ended working group that was able to develop clear recommendations that we fully support. Therefore, we are pleased with the proposed mandate allowing to continue the reflections on a number of relevant issues that need to be further discussed in depth. We especially notice the need for further capacity building in order to share the same understanding of our common instruments and to avoid any confusion, for example, between preliminary assessment and upstream process. The mechanism of preliminary assessment as a mandatory part of a two-phase nomination process is indeed of great relevance. It was created as a response to states parties' request for enhanced and structured dialogue with the advisory bodies. It was developed over 4 years within a comprehensive multi-stage process, that is several expert and working meetings, including 3 sessions of the committee. Its implementation after the testing period will contribute to a more efficient nomination process and use of resources, high-quality dossiers, and fewer state of conservation issues. Mr. Chair, as the side event held during this committee session clearly showed, there are a number of countries that already made use of this new mechanism with success.
These are the experiences and good practices that we can collectively build upon to make full use of its potential and strengthen the implementation of our convention, as well as the global strategy for a more credible, balanced, and representative World Heritage List. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Slovenia. I now give the floor to Czechia, followed by Barbados.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. As this is the first time that the Czech Republic is taking the floor, I would like to thank you, Government of India, for its generous hospitality and to congratulate it for the excellent organization of the World Heritage Committee meeting. The Czech Republic has actively participated on all meetings of the open-ended working group, as we consider it meaningfully to openly discuss together the challenges we are currently facing. In this context, we would like to thank to the World Heritage Center for the well-prepared background document that enable us to understand the overall context and advisory bodies for their involvement. The convention is the most successful instrument in the field of conservation and protection of the world heritage. It is clear that views on individual issues differ, as do our approaches and capacities. However, through a constructive approach, a number of recommendations were formulated and consensus was found. But given the number of questions we have addressed, it is clear that not all of them have been answered yet. Therefore, we would like to express our support to the continuation of this working group until the next session of the committee in order to finalize a small number of remaining issues. In this regard, we support the common statement on behalf of several state parties, which was read by Slovenia, which highlights the important role of the preliminary assessment mechanism that enhances and structures the dialogue with the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. We appreciate the constructive approach and results achieved by the open-ended working group. In order to accomplish a broad ownership by the state parties, we emphasize the need to submit the final recommendations for endorsement to the General Assembly of the state parties of the World Heritage Convention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. South Africa, thank you for giving South Africa the floor to make input into this particular matter. South Africa supports the review of the 2004 gap analysis, but further requests that the implementation of the outcomes of these studies be taken into consideration. South Africa also believes that there is a need to streamline preliminary assessment and upstream processes, while also looking into the role of capacity building, especially into these matters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I give the floor now to, you've already spoken. No, they haven't spoken. Barbados, you have spoken. Am I right? No, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I want to take this opportunity to thank you and to the host country for this excellent occasion at which we are able to participate in the work of the organization. I wish to take this opportunity also to thank the chairperson of the open-ended working group. Your Excellency has been really very precise and very ethical in ensuring the ability of states parties to be able to fully participate in the work of the open-ended working group, and this has been precisely what we have required. I also wish to thank the rapporteur for her excellent report on and summarizing where we are today. Mr. Chair, I think before us what we have are the results of both an ongoing process with all of the state parties who have an interest in exploring other methodologies and other ways in which we can seek to fully participate in the work of this convention. But it equally points out to me that this report, along with the previous report on the periodic reporting, have something of a relationship with each other. They should be speaking more in dialogue, and that the results of the open-ended working group should possibly be considered as part of the reflection on where we go with the periodic reporting over the next 2 years, as was adverted. Mr. Chair, I think that a number of the statements that we made earlier reflect the position of Barbados, but most particularly, we do feel that 20 years is long enough for a gap analysis that really requires attention, and attention particularly to those new areas of knowledge which have not been fully accommodated within that report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to IUCN, followed by ECOMOS. IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. IUCN would like to express our appreciation of the work of the Open-Ended Working Group and the value of having such an established intersessional mechanism which enables an inclusive dialogue and solutions to major challenges. We welcome and support the recommendations proposed for approval here, including the proposed update of the global gap analysis, noting the need for sufficient identified resources for implementation, as many previous interventions have emphasized. We look forward to the further deliberations, including proposals on several needed transformations under the headings of nature, finance, and indigenous peoples, including we hope to increase the priority for nature in the convention, where we see a pattern of high quality but still limited quantity of nominations, and we hope the aspirations to expedite and speed up support for natural and mixed sites already identified as priorities in gap studies and located in under and unrepresented countries can be turned into action. We also hope to see reflection on the revision of processes to recognise the rights and values of Indigenous peoples and local communities, and to address the chronic financing shortfalls, which, as Belgium and others have noted, are long recognised, but where solutions always seem to escape us. Mr. Chair, our side event here in Delhi with the World Heritage Centre in Brazil considered some of the questions on nature and finance, and we'll make the results of that more widely available. And we look forward to contributing to the further reflections and finding new solutions which will ensure the sustainability and relevance of the contribution of World Heritage to the future of conservation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to ECOMOS.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. ECOMOS would like to thank the states parties for these constructive discussions and the outcomes of the open-ended working group meetings. We are committed to implementing the recommendations stemming therefrom, and in particular revising the 2004 gap analysis and having an update that is based on consultation and continued dialogue. We are committed also to working with a revision of the manual for proposed site nominations, and we're also looking at simplifying the nomination format. We want to thank the state parties and continue to encourage them in all of their work done for the World Heritage List, and in particular our priority groups through capacity building, particularly through Category 2 centres, as underscored by certain members of the committee. Financial resources are going to be required if we're going to effectively address the challenges that we're facing for implementing these recommendations. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now give the floor to our World Heritage NGO, as all committee members have spoken, and observer state parties have spoken, advisory bodies have spoken. So I will now give the floor to the request by our World Heritage NGO. You have the floor. Before that, the name of the NGO is Our World Heritage, right? That's the proper noun. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for giving the floor to Our World Heritage, a foundation whose aim is to express the voice of civil society organizations within the framework of the 1972 Convention. Our compliments to the open-ended working group, its chair, rapporteur, and all the state parties involved. I would like to present our proposal for a revision of the operational guidelines to enable civil society organizations' effective participation in the decision process of the World Heritage Committee. For many years, the UN as well as UNESCO reiterate in their policies the importance of an effective participation of civil society organizations within their activities. However, in practical terms, the voice of civil society in the World Heritage Convention is still too weak. The 2003 Convention and the 2005 Convention have done a much better job of establishing procedures that enable the meaningful participation of civil society in decision making. To that end, we would like to urge the World Heritage Committee to consider requesting a report on ways and means to enhance the participation of civil society organizations in the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, including specific recommendations for the necessary changes to the rules of procedure of its governing bodies and to operational guidelines. Our foundation would be happy to contribute to the elaboration of this report. Mr. Chairperson, I would like to request that this statement be included in the summary records of the meeting. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now I'll give the floor to Mr. Lazar if there are any further comments to be made, and then we will go to the draft decision.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have no further comments, and I think most of the committee members and state parties who have taken the floor have clearly supported the report by the chairperson and the rapporteur, and there is also seems to be an understanding, a clear expectation to have the working group mandate extended to continue the work and complete it so that a full report can be presented at the 47th session. So let me thank all the members of the open-ended working group for their contribution, and also the committee member. I just would like to take this opportunity to recall that we've noted your request for a calendar so that you can organize yourself. We will soon be proposing this calendar, but as you have seen, the work of the open-ended working group can only be possible if we have sufficient extra budgetary funds. And as of today, even some state parties who have pledged or expressed their intention to fund us have not yet finalized their pledge. And we would really like to appeal to everyone, to all the state parties, to support financially the work of the open-ended working group. I would really like to take this opportunity to really make this appeal. Without it, we cannot start the next open-ended working group. I think I like to be very clear that we need this fund. We have exhausted all our financial capacities at this stage. So we will give you a calendar, but we can only start if we have the funds that we need to continue the work of the open-ended working group. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Lazar. Now, if there are no further requests, we'll go to the draft decision. But before I do that, I will thank the chairperson of the open-ended working group, Mr. Alay Dores, and the rapporteur, Ms. Haddad. And thank you. You will now leave the podium. Thank you. Thank you. I see that there are no more questions and comments. I will now invite you to examine and adopt draft decision 46-11. But before doing so, I will ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've received no amendments for this particular draft decision, Sir, 46-11, reflecting that which reflects the 19 measures that were recommended from the open-ended working group, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-11 adopted. Thank you very much. Item 11 is now closed. We go to item 14. Dear colleagues, as you will remember, following a request made by the distinguished delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines during the first meeting of the Bureau on Sunday last week, a discussion related to the small island developing states with consideration of a proposed draft decision was added under agenda item 14, other business. As this addition was requested by St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I would like to give the floor to them to present the rationale before opening the discussion. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. St. Vincent and the Grenadines with Jamaica have the honor to submit a draft resolution on the implementation of UNESCO's operational strategy for 2024-2029 for the seats in the context of the World Heritage. The aim of this resolution is to highlight the specific attention needed for small island developing states in terms of capacity building in the preparation of the nomination files, management plans, as well as in the protection and conservation of the properties inscribed of the World Heritage List and/or on the tentative list. Indeed, the growing threats of climate change and multiple and frequently occurring natural hazards are affecting the daily life of the small island developing states. On July 1st, 2024, Hurricane Beryl left a trail of devastation across the islands of the Grenadines sites, already inscribed on the UNESCO's tentative lists. On affected Grenadine islands of Grenada, namely Carriacou and Petite Martinique, and also St. Vincent, namely Union Island, Canouan, and Mayro, being the worst affected. Damage assessments are being undertaken, and the rebuilding and recovery processes have begun amidst the reality that over 90% of the built environment was destroyed. To properly implement the strategy and the World Heritage Thematic Program, we would like to underline the need for adequate financial resources and technical assistance through UNESCO's regular budget, voluntary funds, including the funds in trust, and the importance of the technical and other kind of contribution from the group of friends of the seats at UNESCO. In addition, we would like to be informed regularly within this committee on the actions undertaken and the progress made in the implementation of the strategy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for this explanation. I would now like to know whether there are any comments on this item. Belgium, you have the floor, to be followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to thank, first of all, the delegations of St. Vincent and Grenadines, as well as Jamaica, for proposing this. We fully subscribe and support this initiative. And also we echo what was just said by the distinguished delegate from St. Vincent. In addition to that, I'd like to add that we are, as a member of the group of friends of the SIDS, also in favor of raising attention to this matter. We also saw that actually when we examined point 7b on the state of conservation, that it is indeed needed to keep raising attention for these threats that the SIDS are facing. We are in favor also for a thematic approach and also for more attention for natural heritage and the loss of biodiversity that is often a threat that the SIDS are facing. So for these reasons, we wholeheartedly support this initiative. I thank you.
I thank you. I give the floor to the Republic of Korea, followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to extend a sincere gratitude to St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Jamaica for this important proposal. The Republic of Korea supports UNESCO's prioritization of SEEDS and its SEEDS operational strategy, recognizing the importance of maintaining its visibility and enhancing its implementation. In keeping with this commitment, the Republic of Korea is pleased to announce our collaboration with the Secretariat to fund 2 significant capacity building projects for SEEDS with a total contribution of $1 million. These initiatives will focus on strengthening heritage, disaster, and climate resilience, as well as promoting resilient communities through sustainable tourism. We reaffirm the Republic of Korea's unwavering commitment to the UNESCO SEEDS operational strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Jamaica, followed by Qatar.
Thank you, Chair. Jamaica, as a Caribbean small island state, appreciates its draft decision in its simplicity and transparency. When we consider SIDS, often issues of capacity building for not only developing World Heritage nominations, but also addressing all heritage resources, including underwater cultural heritage and historic urban landscapes, come to the fore. All states are faced with situations that can so easily put our economies back decades. It includes those severe negative climate impacts, such as hurricanes, the most recent being Beryl, which so severely impacted us in the Caribbean, resulting in lives and livelihoods lost, and a vast majority of heritage sites, documentary, and artifactual heritage being decimated. The impact of severe weather events is not the only significant stressor for Caribbean and other states. We also face volcanoes, earthquakes, and internal civil unrest, all of which have the potential to destroy our heritage resources. We take the opportunity to thank the Center, the group of friends of small island developing states in UNESCO, and other member states that have supported states and asked for your continued support. And I thank the Republic of Korea and Belgium and others who have continually poured resources into the work of states. We continue our call for the continuing tangible and intangible support for cluster offices where SIDS countries are located, allowing for smooth rollout of various initiatives. As a priority group and in light of the SIDS operational strategy, particularly its Accelerator Program 3, small island states need consistent monitoring and support in the implementation of this strategy. As such, we ask the committee to support this draft decision that has been put forward by St. Vincent and Grenadines with our co-sponsorship. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Qatar, followed by Greece.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, we should like to thank our colleague from St. Vincent and the Grenadines for having proposed this amendment, which we think is very important, and for which Qatar should like to extend its support. Not only does it reflect our concern in the context of our mandate here in this committee and this committee's mandate, but also across all of UNESCO's programs and strategies. And we feel that all of the different organs of UNESCO and member states need to strengthen their efforts. And that is why we feel that we can support St. Vincent and the Grenadines' proposed amendment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Greece, followed by Bulgaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greece would like to join previous speakers in supporting the proposal submitted by St. Vincent and the Grenadines and supported by other committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Bulgaria, followed by Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. We would like also to support the proposal by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. All SIDS face severe threats of climate change to the islands and their heritage properties, so we need to strengthen our efforts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Kenya, followed by Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Chair. We wish to appreciate the St. Vincent and Grenadines and Jamaica for this initiative. We concur with the need that we need to, with the fact that we need to report on the implementation of the operational strategy for SIDS, and quite regularly to see what, as a committee, we could do to support this strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I give the floor to Kazakhstan, followed by Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate the efforts of the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the development of this proposal, and also the delegation of Jamaica on the implementation of the operational strategy for SIDS. And we would like also our name to be added to the list of countries co-authoring this proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Rapporteur, please make a note of that request. I now give the floor to Vietnam, followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just want to express our support to this proposal because we think that this is totally in line with the operational strategy for SIS for the period 23-29.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mexico, followed by Rwanda.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Chairman, my delegation would also like to support the amendment tabled by St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Jamaica. In this regard, the implementation of the operational strategy for SIDS is of great importance. In Mexico, in the past, we've been supporting the technical safeguarding initiatives in this regard, as well as the assistance for the nomination files to be sent in from this group of countries, and we shall continue to do so going forward. We too are victims of the effects of climate change. We share many of the same concerns as small island developing states, particularly of the Caribbean, but also of other parts of the world as well. And we'll continue working to mitigate the effects of these climate disruptions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Rwanda, followed by Senegal.
Thank you very much, Chair. We should like to support the proposal from St. Vincent and the Grenadines and like to be listed as a co-author. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senegal would like to echo the support expressed by the other countries for St. Vincent and the Grenadines proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Japan, followed by Italy.
Thank you, Chairman. Japan would also like to support the proposal since it is in line with the activities Japan is implementing. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Italy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just very briefly, Italy would like also to mark its support for the draft decision. It's indeed a supremely interesting issue that we're debating today, and we really see we are very much interested in this to be pursued. So we totally support it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I see no further plates from committee members to take the floor. I see no further. Yes, Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
I just would like to request that our name is added to the list.
Okay, any other member states they want their names added, you may just lift your nameplate and we will add them. Please add Lebanon. Please add Turkey. Any other member state that would like its name to be added, you may raise your nameplate. Please add Zambia. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 member states have added their names. 18 out of 21 have added their names. Okay, I see no further requests for the supporting the amendment to the draft decisions. I see whoever else wants to take the floor, but you're not a committee member, I will give you the floor. Please keep your nameplate perpendicular to your table. Once we adopt this decision, I'll give you the floor. I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. We haven't received any amendments to this draft decision as tabled by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And this draft decision was circulated among the members of the committee as of mid-July. And you can see the list of co-authors there that you enumerated a moment ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to the adoption of the draft decision, the director of the World Heritage Center has requested the floor. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. No, I just want to thank all the committee members who have spoken for this particular point, which is very important. And first to recall that, of course, among the thematic programs that were adopted by the World Heritage Committee, we used to report every 2 years on the SIDS activities because they are integrated. They were integrated in various documents, the report by the Secretariat, but also in the periodic reporting document. So I think the proposal by the delegation of Saint Vincent, it's absolutely welcome in that sense that it will allow us to now regularly inform the World Heritage Committee, one already on the implementation of as part of the UNESCO SIDS operational strategy, which is important. You know, if everyone, as the delegate of Saint Vincent has clearly said about the accelerator programs, which is important. I also want to take the opportunity to say that, of course, we are already trying to implement a number of projects which we launched as being a part of the preparation of a World Heritage strategy for the SIDS. And we will be carrying this work in consultation with the SIDS state parties in line with the SIDS operational strategy, as it has been said, but also the latest regional framework action plans of the different SIDS regions resulting from the third cycle of the periodic reporting exercise, and also the World Heritage Strategy for Africa. And we have been doing it. I'd like to take this opportunity really to thank Germany, Ireland, Australia, Japan, the Netherlands, Oman, and the Republic of Korea and Saudi Arabia already for supporting this World Heritage activities in the SIDS region on identification, conservation, management of heritage, as well as supporting capacity building and enhancing. But as you have seen, this regular report, of course, and what is being which is welcome, will of course require more resources. And I want to take this opportunity, of course, to again invite all state parties to continue providing voluntary contribution, because if you all recall, when we celebrated the 50 years anniversary, one of the outcome of this celebration was, of course, to reinforce the work that the support that we would like to provide for the seats. And if we have to do it and ensure a full implementation of the World Heritage Convention in this region, it is really important that we continue to receive more voluntary contribution to support this important work, because this is absolutely a very important decision that you are taking to continue reinforcing the World Heritage Convention. So I would like to thank the delegate of delegation of Saint Vincent for putting this decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection for adopting Vietnam? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any objection for the adoption of this very important decision. Just want to make a minor amendment with regards to paragraph 7. Yes. So I don't think that we can request stakeholders outside UNESCO and to do something. So I would like to just to replace the words request by calls upon relevant stakeholders.
Calls upon all relevant stakeholders.
Yes. And if the committee agrees with this minor amendment, then in paragraph 8, we need to remove the also, the word also at the beginning.
Are there any objections to this amendment by Vietnam to para 7? I see no objections. Are there any objections to the amendment by Vietnam for para 8? I see no objections. Let's go to para 1. Okay, is there any objection for this entire decision to be adopted as amended? I see no objections. This draft decision 46-14 is adopted as amended. Thank you. I see that observer state parties have raised their plate. I therefore give the floor to Grenada, followed by Barbados.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Grenada, as a small island developing state, thanks St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Jamaica for initiating this important and timely draft resolution. And thanks all the members of the committee who joined them, showing strong support of the committee to SIDS. I would like also to thank the Republic of Korea for its new proposals and all other donors mentioned by the Director of the World Heritage for the support they give to the small islands developing states. As mentioned by Mr. Lazar, it is never sufficient, so we look forward to more programs directed to SIDS to help them to be better represented on the World Heritage List. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Argentina has raised the plate, so I'll give the floor to, because you're a committee member, I'll give you the floor, followed by Barbados.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. We would like to express our delight at the discharge decision take, but we'd like to add something under the item 14, and then we will close this item. But I would like to take the floor directly after the item 14, if I may.
I'll give the floor to the director of the World Heritage Center because you said that you would want to add something to item 14 after we had adopted the draft decision 46 14 as amended and hit the gavel. So I'll give the floor to the director of the World Heritage Center after you can clarify your request. So first I'll give the floor to you. Please clarify what is it that precisely you are seeking.
Gracias, señor presidente. La intervención.
Thank you. No, we are not taking the floor for. This is item 14 is a very important item that we want to draw all in committee to, but we would like to share something that will not require a decision, something that's very relevant to us all. But it's just so that you do not close item 14. Thank you very much.
I give the floor to Barbados, followed by Palau.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chair, in Barbados and in other parts of the Caribbean sub-region, the name Janet, as in Hurricane Janet, which occurred in 1955, so before I was born, believe it or not, still has resonance today, still raises terror and lack of vision around the ways in which these climate actions can devastate communities, devastate memories, devastate histories, devastate peoples, devastate places, and devastate nature. So I would wish, on behalf of my delegation, to thank St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Jamaica for making the effort to ensure that this item on SIDS does not have to appear under other business in future on the World Heritage agenda. And indeed, I look forward to the ways in which we can make sure that the work of a number of the areas that have been raised across different items on this agenda come together in a very cogent and useful way to support the work of small delegations, small countries, which actually play big roles in the past and in the future. Thank you, Chair, and thank you also to the Republic of Korea for making this a central cause, and thank you also to the state parties which the Director of the World Heritage Center has raised earlier. We do recall them and recall their generosity, and we very much benefited from this. We want to ensure that in the future, this item does not have to be raised as an occasional issue. It is not for the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Palau to be followed by Guinea.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to take this opportunity and just express Palau's appreciation for the warm and wonderful hospitality and support from the government of India throughout this whole meetings. I would just like to take an opportunity and thank St. Vincent and Grenadines in Jamaica for this very important amendment. As a small island developing state, um, it's very important that we understand that a majority of our management of our sites are very community driven and very community based, and for the opportunity for capacity development that could train us in those roles and what and how to really combat the impacts of climate change upon the site and what those sites mean to the sustainability and resilience of the communities that are dependent upon them. So I would like to also thank Korea for the provision of the funding to help in this effort. Thank you very much from Palau, a small island developing state.
Thank you, Palau. As Prime Minister Modi had said, you are large ocean states. So it's a change of perspective that you're large in our hearts, and the Indian diaspora is spread all over the SIDS. So they are large island developing states or large ocean developing states. Sorry. I now give the floor to Guinea, followed by Seychelles.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to express my support to the draft decision put by St. Vincent and Jamaica and would like to be a co-author of this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, I now give the floor to Seychelles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's the first time that Seychelles is addressing the committee. I would like to thank India for their hospitality. Seychelles supports St. Vincent and Grenadine proposal. We are small island nations and we are very much into the environment and climate change. We think that the proposal will help Seychelles in preserving its heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Seychelles, for your intervention. Now that all member states have exhausted the list, let's proceed to the next item. But before I do that, I have received a request from Argentina. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. We're not going to take up much time, but we would just like to share with this August Assembly for Dialogue for Work that tomorrow is a very special day. It is World Ranger Day. So forest guards, wildlife guards, they are angels of wildlife, rangers. They have many names. They are at the front line when there is a threat to nature. They are the first line of protection of the sites that we inscribe as properties. Now, 1.5 million probably. They represent 11 of them, 1% of them are women, and in many countries they are professionals. Some of them, though, however, are just members of communities of local communities that work out of the love of the places in which they live. So I believe that it is time, it's a timely moment to draw attention to them, to give them our recognition. And if the planet is our home, each park is a brick, and each ranger is a builder or a carer for this home. And it is important to recall at this time that it is that it is World Ranger Day tomorrow, and I think that this topic must be a theme for us, a theme for work. We need to know who these rangers are and what is happening to them. Yesterday, 5 rangers lost their lives. It is a very serious issue. Most of them do not even have any equipment or training. They don't have anything, just the love for what we inscribe, which is why we need to, it's important to recognize this, to thank them, and to share this with the media because it is something that concerns us. We must realize who they are, who these people are on the front line. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Argentina. I now give the floor to Bulgaria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make an announcement under item 14. Can I do that now or after the closing? Thank you very much.
Item 14 is closed. So now you can make your announcement.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Chair, ADG for Culture, Director for the World Heritage Centre, Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends. Now, this session is reaching its end, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our hosts for their hospitality and express how lucky we are to have been able to discover India. I'd also like to express our gratitude to the chair. Your wisdom has led us to have constructive and very agreeable discussions. I am taking the floor to express our desire to host the 47th session of the World Heritage Committee in 2025. Indeed, it is an immense joy to present the application of Nikolai Linov, who is a professor of biology. He's director of the Museum of History of Russia and manager of caves of Lenovo that are inscribed on the list. Excellencies, dear colleagues, it would be an honor for the Republic of Bulgaria to invite you to discover our hospitality and the richness of Bulgarian heritage. Indeed, Sofia has been around for over 7,000 years and it is rich in history, so you are welcome. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Dear colleagues, I would like to propose that we resume the session tomorrow morning with the examination of item 15 for the election of the next bureau of the committee and item 16 related to the provisional agenda of the 47th session. Before moving to the adoption of the decisions report under item 17 and the closing of the 46th session under item 18. The provisional agenda of the 47th session will be circulated shortly to you by the Secretariat. Let me also recall that the closing ceremony announced by the host country will take place tonight at 6:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. at Bharat Mandapam, the present venue. I wish you all a very good afternoon and look forward to seeing you here tonight. But I will give the floor to the host country with regards to the specific room number in which the closing ceremony will take place. The host country has the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. This closing ceremony, followed by a performance, will take place in Auditorium 2 on the level 2 of Bharat Mandapam. Thank you, Chair.
I repeat, Auditorium 2, level 2. Auditorium 2, level 2, that's what the distinguished representative from the host country has announced. 6:30 p.m. Today. The Honorable Minister and dignitaries are expected. I look forward to seeing you. There will also be a cultural show, and this meeting is therefore. Yes, before I say adjourn, the director of the World Heritage Center wants to take the floor again. He has.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's again a quick one. It's just to invite all the delegates to visit the incredible India exhibition. It's really a fantastic area, and really, if you haven't seen it, go there. There are so many good surprises, and you will really enjoy it. Thank you.
Mr. Lazar, with such beautiful announcements, you can keep on taking the floor as much as you want. Thank you. And with this meeting is adjourned.
Art and mystery. Echoing their best kept